Hello.
Right, a very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the first panel discussion scheduled for the day. We are indeed fortunate to be sitting in this venue, which is called Major Shaitan Singh, a recipient of the Param Veer Chakra, the highest gallantry award given in the armed forces for bravery. The topic for the first panel discussion today is shaping of modern conflicts by niche technology. Russia-Ukraine conflict and beyond. Something which is in the news, something which has caught our concern, something which carries on for God knows how long. Let me introduce the esteemed panelists for this discussion. We have Major General Rajesh Pushkar, a cavalier who is an alumnus of the National Defense Academy, Kharagwasla. He has vast experience in both operational and non-operational areas. The officer has had 2 international tenures. He has attended all professional courses and presently he is commanding an infantry division in the Western sector. Next we have Brigadier Saurabh Bhatnagar. The officer is from the Bengal Sappers and got commissioned in June 1994. He has done all the prestigious courses of the Army and is presently commanding an engineer brigade as part of the Strike Corps. We next have Colonel Ashwini Sharma. He is a former Indian Army officer who commanded 74 Armored Regiment. He is the founder of South Asia Defense and Strategic Review. He has organized several symposiums and seminars on topics related to the defense security. And finally, the moderator for the panel discussion. We have Major General Harvijay Singh. The General Officer is a 3rd generation soldier from the Corps of Signals. He is a prolific writer and actively contributes articles and has been involved in training soldiers in all military training establishments of the Indian Army. Now, over to the panel for the first discussion. Thank you.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are here today to discuss the subject on the involvement of niche technologies, which are, as we see them in the war in Ukraine, and as they will flow out in later times. I'm grateful to the Army Commander. He set the pace for our talk by making a reference to the changes which are coming through in war fighting. He also did mention the need for history and the need to refer back to history or learn lessons from history. So we'll try and balance the subject here. We are a panel which consists of a mix of veterans and serving officers. On stage are the specialists. We will initially start this panel with a 4 minutes brief by each. After that, the experts will build on their subject. As far as the war is concerned, the very first technology that we got to see were the switchblade drones, the kamikaze kind, and also the javelin missiles. These were the things which hit the Russians really hard, and they were rather confused. Next, in line for these niche technologies were communications. The Ukrainians built up their cellular systems in a manner which they afforded large bandwidth and availability to all, including the civilians. In fact, by having these to the civilians, they could create a civilian information system. They were reporting, the civilians were reporting Russian targets by using their mobile phones. Complete accuracy in terms of coordinates, and also sharing photographs and videos which allowed the intelligence to hit those targets. Rattled by these early successes, the Russians launched the hypersonic missile, which travels at the speed of about 5 to 25 times the speed of sound. These are very accurate, and they cause a flutter as far as the world was concerned. By mid-June, the Ukrainians had been gifted the high mobility rocket system, popularly called the HIMARS, with its range of 75 kilometers and precision of 20 feet. And the targets that they hit, the Ukrainians were motivated to launch their counteroffensive. Later, as we can see in November, the Russians too struck back with technology. They used their own drones. They used the missiles carried on aircraft, and they have been hitting numerous targets in Ukraine of infrastructure, and specifically those connected with electricity. Both the sides, however, have been found lacking, in my appreciation, in electronic warfare, anti-drone measures, and air defense, which are the core competencies of niche technologies defensive umbrella. Winter is here and in Ukraine, ladies and gentlemen. The coldest is Luhansk at minus 6.5 degrees centigrade. Kyiv is at minus 4 degrees centigrade, and there is light snow in most areas. Satellite images of yesterday show an interesting pattern. Ukraine is dark, Russia and Europe is still well lit. So Ukraine is facing a big challenge. Also, experts predict that gas and coal reserves will be critical if there is even just a mild winter. Russia carries on unabated with its drones and missiles. Marshal Mudd had grounded the Russians in February. Let's see whether General Frost in winter can pull them out from there. That, ladies and gentlemen, is a situation report as of the 283rd day of the war. The opening expert shot of this session will go to General Rajesh Pushkar, who will give us a perspective on the why of the war. With his experience as the defense attaché in Russia, Belarus, and Armenia, we can expect to hear more than what is available on the media potpourri. So over to General Rajesh.
Thank you, sir. It's an honor to speak to an esteemed audience here. I'd like to, give you a perspective of the war and as to why it happened. I'd start by making a statement that war, however essential it is, should be the last instrument of statecraft. War is not good for anyone. But however, as military men, as soldiers, we need to understand why this war took place. Was there ever a jus ad bellum? Firstly, we'll take you a little bit into history. In the late 9th century, the Kievan Rus was the kingdom that was started by a Prince Rur. It was a kingdom which started in the Baltics and down till the Black Sea. And that is where Russia was born. Rus is the name of the Swedish oarmen who were there. And then this race started moving eastwards till wherever, and then Catherine the Great took it till Siberia and even Alaska. So the roots of this conflict actually start from here. They are the same race. They're married to each other. So anything that is happening between them is actually, it hurts both the sides. Every body bag hurts both the sides. Everything was okay till 2000. In 1954, Crimea was gifted to from Russia to Ukraine because they are part of the same country, the Soviets. So that was one portion of it. Everything was okay till 1990 when they broke up, and even later, up to 2030. In 2013, the Euromaidan protest took place, where Yankovic was overthrown and they had an interim government. Then they had a sort of totally west-leaning personality called Peter Poroshenko. And then after that, we had Zelensky. But what happened in 2014 is that the little green Russians, that is the Wagners, they took over Crimea in the operation, of course, led by Valery Gerasimov. And once they took over that, something happened in Donbass. That was an area which were Russian-speaking, which consists of the Luhansk and the Donetsk regions. I think we have the map there. And there was a fight between the Wagner army and a battalion that was raised, which was called the Azovs, which the Russians called as the Nazis being removed. There were two accords signed, the Minsk I and Minsk II, and to be monitored by the Normandy IV. Unfortunately, those accords didn't. And as per the Russians, there was a total genocide. There were a lot of ways in which, so this was broadly as to. So as we speak, we say that the war started on 24th of February. No, the war started actually in 2014. It was not a regular war, it was an irregular war. Russians wanted NATO expansions to stop. They said that, they don't want their race to be threatened. They don't want nuclear deployments. But somehow, there was a pseudo statements made by the Ukrainians. I'd like to give a very interesting perspective on the Russians. Russians are risk takers. They are actually risk takers. They can just take off on a Mi-17 and the pilot just looks out of the window and he finds a flat place and he lands the aircraft. I have attended exercises in Russia where within a span of 40 minutes, you have rifles firing, you have BMPs, you have tanks, you have missiles, you have, attack hepters, you have aircraft, you have heliborne, you have SHBO within 40 minutes in the same space. If people are interested in studying, there is a very interesting exercise of 1954, which was in the Totskoy range in Orenburg. It was called Operation Snowball, where the Russians were quite wary of the fat boy and the small boy that were dropped in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So what they did was they dropped a 40 kiloton bomb on a 300 meter airburst, 40 KT bomb, which was double of the fat boy. And they made 45,000 troops go through it. This was led by Marshal Zhukov at that time. No one got injured. Of course, the first person to enter got the hero of the Soviet Union. That is the, all of you are well averse with what we talk. Has anyone ever given a thought, why is it called Russian roulette and not American roulette or European roulette? It is something about the psyche of Russians. They are risk takers. And I'll give you a Russian quote, and I quote, it says, "Если солдат говорит да, это значит да. Если солдат говорит нет, это говорит нет. Если солдат говорит может быть, он не солдат." That means if a soldier says yes, it means yes. If a soldier says no, it means no. If a soldier says maybe, he's not a soldier. So this is how the Russian psyche is. We need to understand this because, when we are talking of why the war. So therefore, why was it a special operation? I told you that they are the same race. Now what was given on to the military, that a fast blitzkrieg type operation, you can have a look at the map from the northern side, go to Kiev, from the northwestern side, come to Kharkiv, occupy Mariupol and have a southern thrust from Crimea, that is the Black Sea side. That failed because they thought that the whole, political system will crumble and we will place. The Wagners were involved. Of course, I'm short of time. Otherwise, over a cup of tea or during lunch, we can discuss this. So, but there was a lot that had happened as to why this happened as a special operation. Much about it later when we discuss. But this is how I felt that the operation started. And, this is how it really panned out. All yours, sir.
Thank you, RP. Well, he will come back again to explain some of these initial bites that he's covered here. We next have Saurabh Bhatnagar. Brigadier Saurabh Bhatnagar is a sapper officer. He's pursuing a doctorate on change management in the armed forces, including the impact of emergent technologies. He has some interesting ideas which are built on historical occurrences. He will talk of historical perspectives and the role of technology in warfare.
Thank you so much, sir, and it's an honor to be part of this esteemed panel. Taking off from where our topic for today is, with its reference to niche technology, and the Army Commander also, in his opening remarks and his address to us, referred to the importance of technology. So I would say that there is a consensus on technology being one of the preeminent arbiters of destinies on the battlefield. And that's been like that for ages. I'd say that the first person who would have forged a sword or strung a bow or put a saddle and stirrup on a horse or used gunpowder to launch projectiles, these are all commanders and nations willing to use technology for military means, and history is witness to the fact that they've usually ended up on the victorious side. In the modern era, we have these 4 industrial revolutions with key technologies having come in, and each one of them has led to a revolution in military affairs. The first industrial revolution was defined by the steam engine, which led to global shipping and the railroad, leading to navies with tremendous reach and armies that had transformed logistics, which led or enabled the Western navies to literally subjugate the entire world. The second industrial revolution was more to do with the internal combustion engine, which led us to the advent of mechanized warfare and also air power, something which has again transformed warfare forever. The third industrial revolution was about electronics, IT, and nuclear power. There's something, these led to precision-guided munitions and battlefield transparency, and these are some of the technologies that we've been witnessing since the Gulf War and all the ensuing wars since. So that begs the question, we are in the 4th industrial revolution as on date. It begs the question as to what is that key technology which is defining the industrial revolution that we are living through, and what will be the RMA or the revolution in military affairs that it will lead to. The key technology we know is the silicon chip, something which has grown in its processing power and shrunk in its size and cost exponentially almost 8 billion times since the 60s. There's something called the Moore's law. You'd be aware of it. It is exemplified beautifully by the fact, if I'm sure this audience would remember, in the late 80s or the early 90s, we literally used to be requesting vehemently the Americans to give us the Cray supercomputer. We wanted it because we wanted to use it for agricultural and weather forecasting purposes. Then it never came to us. Today in this room, each one of us is carrying the processing power of 4 to 5 such Cray supercomputers in our pocket. That Cray supercomputer was the size of a tennis court. In those days, money, it cost almost $100 million. Your phone, your mobile phone today, gentlemen, carries 4 to 5 times the processing power. By that count, we have some 500 or Cray supercomputers worth of processing power here. This has led to certain magical technologies coming in. There are certain trends. Klaus Schwab of the World Economic Forum has classified these mega trends in physical, digital, and biological domains. In the physical domain, the key technologies of these are autonomous machines, and I'm sure we'll get to talk of it quite a bit today, because drones and such autonomous machines have finally started showing their face and their power in the Russo-Ukrainian war. Advanced robotics, 3D printing, and also new age materials which have great strength, such as graphene, which will finally possibly break our dependence on iron ores and minerals. They not only have great strength, but they also, for example, making invisibility, actual invisibility possible. Coincidentally, today the Americans have unveiled the B-21 stealth bomber, the latest. It is entirely cloaked in metamaterials, supposedly invisible. On the digital front, we have Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, big data, and blockchain coming in. Again, certain very interesting examples we will get to see today. But something which is ethically troubling, but also has possibly the greatest potential is in the biological domain. It took us almost 10 years to map the human genome. The same process can today be done in a matter of hours. It is possible to tweak the human gene and have genetically augmented humans is a possibility. We have incidentally a lab here, right here in the Tri-City, which is working on such technologies. It can lead to humans who may require lesser oxygen, have better lower body strength, need lesser fatigue, etc. The so-called super soldier program. So that is also a reality today. Synthetic biology and synthetic blood is also a reality today. So I'll just finish by saying that all these technologies are no longer in the realm of science fiction and have become a reality. In the Russo-Ukrainian war, we've just seen a trailer. A few of these technologies rear their head. Going ahead in future conflicts, we'll see them in much greater strength as we adapt them into our structures and doctrines.
Saurav, I just want to ask a basic question. Will these changes or the technologies reduce the need for boots on ground?
So there are very extreme views on this. If you were to read Army of None by Paul Scharr, for example, he talks of an army of none, where the machines do all the fighting. Looking at it and how warfare has progressed, that may be a very far-fetched notion, but one thing is sure, machines are going to take over a lot of hazardous tasks, and we are going to see more and more machines with greater autonomy. As on date, it is only kind of checkmated by ethical considerations.
No, would that reduce the gap between the powerful and the weak, or would it encourage asymmetry to actually shorten?
Sir, I think it can cut both ways. As these technologies become cheaper, it could empower non-state actors and more disempowered people. For example, a precision-guided missile would cost at least a couple of $1 million. However, today we have $500 drones capable of carrying 20 to 30 kg payload, and as we speak, the cost of these machines is falling drastically. So I think crystal gazing would be hazardous, but it could cut both ways.
One is hearing of the Ukrainians using these multi-million-dollar missiles to shoot down a few $100 drones. So I think they are enjoying the technology which is being made available to them free.
I think they may have that.
That actually may not be true, sir. That using this thing, because the Bayraktars was actually $1 to $2 million. Probably, and the missiles that they are firing, really technology has not so come where they can intercept the missile. But yes, those small, I agree with you, those small surveillance drones and all, yes, they can be dropped, but definitely not with costly missiles.
Okay. Thank you. We'll now go to Colonel Ashwini Sharma. He's the chief editor of the very popular magazine South Asia Defense and Strategic Review. He has brought out that special issue of 75 years of valor and selfless service, which was released today. He's an avid student of change management. So may I have your views on the change management as it was started by Saurabh?
Thank you, General Harbajay. Having heard General Rajesh Pushkar and Brigadier Saurabh, I'm reminded of what Carr once said, the more things change, the more they remain the same. So we heard of the technologies that have brought about changes in this current conflict in between Russia and Ukraine. And of course, before that, General Pushkar told us why the war. Can you hear me? No? Okay. So, all right. Now that I've adjusted the mic. I do have a couple of observations on what you gentlemen said earlier, but that I'll come to later. What I was saying was the more things change, the more they remain the same, really. So I wonder what really has changed. I agree the wars have changed. But the principle of war, they haven't changed. Technology has brought about a change in the way we fight our wars. But essentially we do the same thing. If you go deep into history, you look at Alexander the Great, he used the sarissa with an increased length and produced a Greek phalanx which nobody could match up with. Till, of course, the Romans outmaneuvered the phalanx and then defeated the Greeks. Even Chandragupta Maurya found a way to defeat the Greek generals who were left behind and chase them right beyond the borders of Persia. last 100 years have changed, seen a whole lot of change from positional warfare to maneuver war to extended defenses during the Cold War era. And of course, General Schwarzkopf, he applied the air-land concept in Iraq during Desert Storm. Technology has always had a role to play in it. Technology can today help you compress geography and time dimensions, and then give you the advantage which is something that NATO was relying on when they had to deal with the massive Warsaw Pact armies, particularly the armor and mechanized forces. Coming to the current war, this also started incidentally with air-land operation on the 24th of February. It failed. They relaunched on 25th. They used armor and infantry to link up this time. They managed to capture some, but they couldn't sustain. And what they had captured, when they captured the airfield, it was not really usable. So they could not exploit the advantage that they had gained initially. It didn't work. Then came the massive armor columns that had penetrated or gone inside Ukraine. And of course, then Bayraktars appeared on the scene, and there were massive casualties with the Russian armor. Then we had Starlink by SpaceX, great show. But in September this year again, Starlink also, it blanked out for a while for a number of reasons. And then of course, we've had armed rotors, we've had technology coming in from Turkey, from the NATO nations, we've had the javelins, the Iranian drones now being used by the Russians, the works. A fair amount of technology has been on display, but the war is going on back and forth. Why? As I said earlier, much hasn't really changed. What I want to say here is technologies will come and go. That's been the history, and technologies have definitely shaped the warfare, the way we fight. And this process will continue. But technologies, when applied in isolation, without a doctrine in place, invariably fail. So, all the people sitting here, the veterans and the serving officers, if you think that mere technologies can win you a war, I personally feel they cannot. What you need to begin with is a doctrine, and then you've got to understand what are the technologies that are going to help you fight with the doctrine, and then you've got to shape the environment to accept those technologies, get those technologies, and then that makes you ready for war, that makes you ready to take on operations that you're going to face wherever in the world. It could be your borders, it could be beyond our borders. So the point really I want to make in my opener is you need a doctrine first and technologies later. Before I hand over back to the moderator, Rajesh, I think in this particular case, the Russian army did not have a clear military aim, and they are still floundering. And you're talking a lot about technology, but I think man cannot be out of the loop. Not today, not in future. With that, I hand over to the moderator.
So, may I? So, firstly, a little observation on what you said. Unfortunately, Russia didn't go in for an air-land operation. On 24th of February, they went in for a very, very nascent, special military operations where you saw tankmen coming out and, raising their hands and people standing in front of tanks. I wish they would have gone, if not, I'm sorry, I'm using the wrong word. If they would have gone the air-land way like what the Yanks did in Basra, or for that matter, even the Russians did in Grozny, flatten the place and then enter, the future of war was different. So possibly your second issue regarding the failure of military, I feel it was not a failure of a military operation. It was a politico-military blunder. It was a politico-military blunder. Just about 60 to 76 at best battalion tactical groups entering a country so huge, the second largest country, and then trying to change a regime. I think it was too much of a tall order. I feel maybe a politico-military miscalculation, but definitely not a military blunder because the military reached where it had to.
I believe even the soldiers who really went in, most of them were quite unaware as to what they were doing. They had been on exercises in Belarus. They thought this is an extension of the exercise itself. And in fact, some soldiers came to realize that it is war only when they were fired upon. And obviously, most of them started surrendering in large numbers.
So that may not be totally true. You're entering another country. But yes, definitely, there was a lot of preparation to war before that. We participated, in fact, we had Indian troops there in Zapad. Zapad in Russian means West. We participated in the West exercise. But the fact that the soldiers didn't know they are entering another, that may be a little, it's more of a propaganda. But definitely, what AK sir mentions is militarily, little more clarity would have been better. Little more clarity would have been better, I feel.
Clear aim, I feel.
But such an operation has never been planned ever. And thinking that, you know, the Ukrainians are our own and we can't kill and we can't do, you know, collaterals and all. I think that was a very tall one.
Well, just coming back to niche technologies, I'll go back to Saurabh. Saurabh, key technologies which are coming in, they are actually working on increasing speed, range, destructive power, etc. of the conventional weapons, which were quite unimaginable so far. The speeds achieved or the precision achieved was unimaginable so far. But knowing the growth of technology, I'm quite sure there is some X factor which is missing. A technological X factor which is not seen in this battle and will remain a secret till the chips are really down. What would you like to say on that?
Sir, absolutely. I will talk of that, though I may, you know, it's very difficult to predict how technology will finally shape the battlefield. It may lead to a more destructive power with forces, or it may lead to a more efficient force where that amount of destruction in the physical domain may not at all be possible. I'll elaborate on why I say that. But before that, I couldn't, regarding what Colonel Ashwini said, sir, I think I couldn't agree more. You have to have your doctrines and structural changes in place for any technology to have its impact. And that is one of the reasons I personally am skeptical about, you know, a lot has been made about the Ukrainian innovative use of technology and the spectacular success that they have. But when we look at them closely, most of them have been at the tactical level and have been exploited for psychological means more. The real impact of these technologies will be seen in a future war when they have got enmeshed into the tactics, techniques and procedures, and then they will have a real effect. Getting back to what General Harvijay has just asked me, sir, well, the US Department of Defense is on record as having said that there will be more machines than humans in the US Armed Forces by the year 2025. That's just, it's on record, sir. It's a published document which says this. Of course, all of these are not going to be killer machines. A lot of them are going to be performing logistic functions. A lot of them are going to be in the ISR or the ISTAR domain, and so on and so forth. But it's a very important fact for us to note, and where the US military generally goes, the rest follow. There are certain trends which point us in the direction in which technology is taking us. The first is the evolving concept of autonomy. In the Ukrainian war, we have seen drones, we have seen autonomous machines, but we've still not seen full autonomy. The human has still been in the loop. The decision to kill has always been remotely controlled by human. With the Switchblade 300 and 600 also, there has always been a human who's taken the decision to kill. Going ahead, there is a danger as it has happened, because this is only an ethical concern as we understand. If the stakes are high enough, and if in that entire OODA loop, the human is the one which is slowing you down the most, somebody may be tempted to take the human out of the loop if the machine is going to be more efficient and it's going to give you a added advantage. As we speak, the US has a ghost fleet relentlessly patrolling the high seas. Sea Hunter, a 132 feet fully armed frigate, sailed from the west coast to Hawaii and back, undertook anti-submarine operations with not a single human soul on board. 56 Chinese boats undertook intervention and capture of a pirate vessel, and so on. The other thing that we may, be surprised with is, you spoke about precision, sir. What may actually happen is that as we go from third industrial revolution technologies towards the fourth industrial revolution technology, we may actually see a reshift of doctrine back from precision to swarms or mass. Because, as I said, a missile causing $5 or $6 million versus a couple of $100 worth of drones with which you can saturate the airspace and overwhelm the air defense of the enemy, and many of them would do their functions, and a large number of them would return to you and be reusable. It's a debate which is ongoing. We have really not seen the use of swarms so far, but it is something, it's a concept which is maturing. We will get to see it in a war sooner or later. There are many other factors such as directed energy weapons, laser guns, electromagnetic rail guns, hypersonic projectiles, and super soldiers, and this is something that we need to accept. It is not science fiction any longer. The Chinese and the Americans have super soldiers, genetically augmented human beings, walk this earth today. Ethical concerns prevent them from being openly exploited for other purposes. In Ukraine, we've had some interesting technologies. A quick couple of words on a few of them. So Starlink has already been spoken about. This is the private constellation, of course, of Elon Musk. One of the heroes for the Ukrainians has to be Mikhail Fedorov, their Minister for Digital Transformation, who on Twitter requested Elon Musk to oblige and has left Starlink in place in Ukraine and has not charged them much for it. It has ensured that communications have not gone out in spite of the best of Russian efforts. Artificial intelligence, two quick examples. The first is of a commercially available artificial intelligence technology called Primer, which the Ukrainians have bought off the shelf and utilized for monitoring radio chatter from those thousands and lakhs of radio intercepts daily. With Primer, they have been able to glean relevant data, leading to some great tactical successes. Another very interesting use of AI, of facial recognition, which is now coming in, called Clearview AI. They have not spared the dead. They use Clearview AI to actually use facial recognition on the dead, link it to their social media accounts, identify who the next of kin and family and friends were, go back to them, send them condolence messages, videos of beautifully conducted last rites for these soldiers, and also messages essentially very creatively used for psyops to weaken their will to fight and to send them the message of the futility of Putin's war. Deepfakes and chatbots have been extensively used. On the Russian side, the Russians have used cryptocurrency, which is a manifestation of blockchain, to bypass crippling Western sanctions, and they've been fairly successful in this.
Thank you. I just have a little question. This is about ethics. Autonomous is in. It is there in all our lives. AI, well, I think for AI to be in a sense do decision making, maybe sometimes away. AI has not enabled machines to yet start behaving like humans. So decision making is still some more time away, a few decades maybe. But what do you think would be the ethics involved in such actions? You have maybe you have an autonomous frigate now roaming around with orders to shoot whatever. So who is there to prevent a wrong shot from happening?
So that actually is what has been troubling. We've seen Terminator. It's a movie at least 30 years old. And Peter Singer, who's the foremost futurist of the day, in his book, The Future of Warfare and the War of Robos, he's addressed this concern to a great extent, as has Paul Shar in Army of None. But in the history of human warfare is anything to go by. So ethics did not prevent us from nuking entire cities when the stakes were high enough. So handing over the decision to kill humans to machines, if the stakes are high enough, and if it gives you some sort of an advantage over an adversary, I think it's going to be a very, very tempting option. And if one adversary takes it, I don't see how the other is also not going to fall for it. Peter Singer and many others that I have tried to assure us that the technology very much already exists, and by the day it is being perfected, AI will be able to take controversially better decisions than humans in the future, apparently. So.
Roger, thank you. I think one interesting technology which has emerged in this war is the drone. We need to hear a little more about the drone. Pushkar, would you be telling us something about that?
Thank you, sir. Firstly, Saurabh, something that we were talking, even AK sir, you were talking about the systems being totally manned and totally unmanned. I think the manned, unmanned would be, the order of the day. The purely unmanned, we have robotics and all coming up. I think it'll take a long time to come in. Maybe the Mumties are maybe that is somewhere that we look at in the first. Coming to what the general has asked me to say, gentlemen, take your mind back about, I won't go into major, tank equipment and all, a patrol of about 25, 30 people going into a counter-insurgency area, and suddenly they are thrown in with about 100 swarms. No one knows where they are coming from, and all armed with just about 10 grams of explosive. Can you imagine what is the impact on the soldier or the impact on the complete army going to be? Drones, well, drones are they started off in the Yom Kippur in 73 between Arab and Israel. And Israelis had really, but basically after that what happened is one of the leading Israeli scientists then moved on to the US. In fact, his leading systems, his drone company almost went bankrupt. He migrated to the US and then gave lead to the Predator and the Grey Eagle and what have you today. But coming back to how drones got into their way, in March 2020, a very interesting thing happened. As a retaliation to the killing of some Turkish soldiers, the Turks, they brought in, that is the first time actually we heard of the Bayraktar TB2. They brought in their Bayraktars, stayed outside the AD range, and when I talk of AD, the Syrians had probably the best AD that was to offer towards this side of the world. The Russians were already there in 2016. And approximately 55 tanks, I'll just read out, 3 Hepters, 18 other AFVs, and 21 and 27 other military vehicles destroyed within a span of 2 hours. Nobody knew. It was clueless. People started talking about it. Then I was also the DA at Armenia. So I studied the Armenia-Azerbaijan war very strongly. And this is where it came in. The Armenia-Azerbaijan war, what happened was that the Artsakh, as the Armenians started calling in, the Azeris lost the war in 91, and they lost a large chunk. So they were already wanting to get back. And slowly they started tying up with the Turks, and very, very surprisingly with the Israelis. If you see the configuration of the world, Israelis and Azeris should actually not be, but lots of them, someone can ask me this question over a cup of tea, I'll probably be able to give you. But then they use the Bayraktars, TB2s, in such a great way that a total of 563 out of 736 pieces of equipment that the Armenians lost were due to the TB2s. 75% of the equipment. That is where the advent of the killer drone actually started. The US used them in Iraq and all, they started using them for others. But interestingly, this drone, because when I talk of technology in a while, this drone was formed by Mr. Erdogan, that is the present Erdogan's father, in 1984. And it took him almost about 30 years for the real Bayraktars and Akinci, which is now coming in, to really come into place. So technology takes a long time. And by the way, Erdogan, this chap, Bayraktar is the son-in-law of Erdogan. Many people may not know about it. Now, drones, what is the advantage of drones? Before I get on to the real this thing, it's a very cheap form of attack. The general mentioned about it, very, very cheap form of attack. Today you can use a small drone, it carries a small, payload, and you can drop it over an innocent, it's that simple. And it is used for a lot of other means, but we won't cover that because that will probably take us into the better time of the day. I also won't bore you with the jargon as to how a drone, it has a RF signal, it has a GPS, and how it can be controlled, how it can be jammed, how it can be spoofed. There are a lot of issues, but that maybe we'll leave it for some other time. But let me now focus on the Russia-Ukraine war. The Russia-Ukraine war, as I was studying it, I thought I would cover it in 3 distinct phases, probably about 3 odd months each. In the first phase, what happened was that the Russian tanks started crawling in north, northwest, east, south, from all sides. And the diktat given was to reach the built up areas of, that is Kiev, Kharkiv, many parts of Donetsk and even down south. And now the orders were to move fast. So in that what happened was they moved outside the AD umbrella. And that is when the problem started. They had tank ambushes and the Bayraktars. And the destruction was as many as approximately 80 pieces of equipment were destroyed, among which there were about 15 SAM systems, which were very, very costly systems. And the Russians got onto the back foot. Then coming on to the second phase of the battle, what happened was the Panzer S-1 system, which is the leading, gun missile system that the Russians have, they modified it. They modified it in that they upgraded the range. The target tracking capability from 12 went on to 40, and the speed went on to 1200 meters per second. And I'm sure all of you would agree, there was an article called "The Bayraktars Are Falling." The Bayraktars started getting dropped. And this was the second phase where actually the drones were taken out. So it's a great lesson for us that in case our AD systems are strong enough, and in case we have a strong Atmanirbharta, as it's being used now, so we'll have this thing happening. And the Bayraktars were actually taken off. Now whether that happened or there was some other tacit understanding between Putin and Erdogan is to be seen. Because now when we see the gas deal and all, so these are things. Now come to the phase 3. The Russians had the Zalas, which they had used initially, but now they modified the Zalas. Then they had the Shahid 136. I must talk about this. The Russians call it the geranium. What they did was, it had an inertial navigation system. They just changed the navigation system. They were not happy with it because it could be, they put the GLONASS on it. And what happened was, almost 20 to 30% destruction that are having today is from the Russian drones. They are actually Iranian drones, that is Shahid 136. So it is actually, from the first phase of the war to now, the current phase of the war is just the opposite. Today we actually don't hear, you do hear of NLAW, you do hear of switchblades, but today you don't hear of the Ukrainian drones, because they've actually, learnt it the hard way.
May I just
please.
interrupt here, please? What you've said is right. You just don't hear of these initial game changers. The switchblades, the javelin, and HIMARS, they were all switchblades. They were all, absolutely new weapons which were seen in action here, and they really changed things. But they've suddenly gone off. Do you think the Americans only provided a few pieces to be experimented with?
No, there's a very interesting...
And I want to just add a little. I think America is very much involved with Taiwan and Korea to be sparing too much of their niche weapons in Ukraine. So
you're wrong as well as right. I'll tell you why. Now, where are the predators? Where are the grey eagles? Where are those high talked of, where are the stealth? As far as the Russian goes, why didn't they use the S-400? Why haven't they used the much touted, Armatas? Why not? They've already got on to S-500. So all this is linked with any piece of equipment destroyed in this conflict leads to a controversy. We are not talking of info warfare. This is actually warfare in the drawing rooms. Actually, they have not, this is not at all a technology war. Probably, okay, I'll go over it, sir, then we'll hear it. Then, what is the other technology that the Russians used? I must talk on something called the hypersonics. Hypersonics were the first time used. The Bayraktars were used earlier, the switchblades were used earlier, the NLAW, of course, for a very long time. Now, very interestingly, the hypersonic technology was first used by the US Army. They started their research in the late 90s. And somewhere in about 2010, 2012, they realized that it is too costly a technology to follow. And that is when the other country picked up. Today, you have Russians, you would have heard of the Kinzhal. The Kinzhal was the ones that they used on Odessa, the first use of hypersonic technology. Kinzhal is a 2,000 kilometer Mach 10 to 12, and it's been serving, and the latest was done in 2018, in fact 2019 when I was there. And then it's actually a hypersonic cruise missile. And they have another hypersonic cruise missile, which I have not heard of being used, which is called the Zircon. It's a Mach 9 missile. And these are the two hypersonics they have, that is the cruise. But they have something called a master missile, which is actually called the Avangard. Many people may have heard of it. Now it's a MIRV. It can go up to space, and the speeds achieved are 27 Mach. I mean, 27 Mach. The kind of metallurgy that was used. Just imagine in the re-entry phase, a missile coming at you at 27 Mach was something. So these were actually the technologies which were actually this thing. But more than that, what is there for the future? We have the swarms, I've discussed about it. You know, there is a very interesting satellite I was reading about. It's something called a rainbow drone, which is something called a mini satellite drone. It's got a ceiling of 65,000 feet. It is being, tried out by China, and solar paneled, so it can stay in the air for about 5 to 6 months. Another great technology. Birds being trained in counter drone. Laser systems. We are quite into the laser systems and all. In fact, we have a DRDO thing called chess, which is again a good system that way. So what is it that we learn? I'll conclude by saying, what is it we did learn? That the drones, the PGMs, the loiters, they're going to be there. Top attack munition. We have to find our ways how to fight them. AD umbrella. Getting out of the AD umbrella is a crime. Now what we need is possibly integrated AD systems within either the BTG or possibly much later, small, equipment AD systems like the Stora or the much touted of Afghanids. That may be the order of the system. Now, as far as the drone is concerned, a very interesting thing. Now, it is a shift in the superpower domination. Now, you're hearing of countries, you're hearing of countries like Turkey. You're hearing of countries like, could you about 5 years back ever hear of Iran providing drones to Russia? I mean, this is something which is new. So therefore, the superpower domination in these technologies are off. I think what we need to do is, I was having a chat with General KJ, we don't need to catch up. We need to compress the technology, compress the time for absorbing the technology now and go in for niche technologies. And that is something, we already had this drone mela and all. And of course, lastly, I'd like to say that we need to upgrade our AD systems. If our AD systems are not upgraded, the Stellas, Tungushkas, any L-70 or Zoo, the gun systems without a good radar for drones will, I think, not be. And we are on to it. There's a lot that is happening. But this is what I wanted to share, sir, what happened.
AK, you connected with this and also going ahead from autonomy, AI, you'd spoken about the 6th generation. Do you think people will be able to, or militaries will be able to get into the OODA loop of a leader and maybe even confuse him or make him take wrong decisions?
So essentially, the technologies that we're talking about are pointing towards the 6th generation warfare or 7th generation warfare. But before that, having heard so much about drones, I think if I could, I would nominate a director for an Oscar for business development and marketing the drones so well. Every country, every military wants to buy drones, and that goes for Indian Army as well. Every directorate is buying drones now, of all types, swarms, surveillance, reconnaissance, etc., etc. I fear there will be mid-air collisions at this particular rate if we go on. And karoge kya? So many drones. Like I said earlier in my opener, do you really have a doctrine to employ these drones? Do you really have a doctrine to use these hypersonic weapons, or is it going to be another elephant in the room like the nuclear, biological, chemical threat, which we never end up using? Do you have storage facility for the fancy missiles that you want to acquire? Have you trained your manpower? Have you worked on the procurement procedures, and have you really worked out how are you going to sustain this technology? Or is it just going to come overnight?
But you know, if you miss out on a technology, then again
sir,
you're losing.
Sir,
You
as
have
we
to keep
speak,
pace.
I get the point.
as
No,
we
I'm
speak,
not-
nahin, sir, as we speak, lot is happening, sir. The only thing is this forum is not a correct forum, but lot is happening.
Sir, can we-
And of course, I know because
my point is, first develop the enabling infrastructure before you induct these technologies. Decide on how and where are you going to use these technologies, and then go in for the technologies. I agree with you. You need an entire ecosystem to grow. And that's exactly what my point is. Do not induct them overnight. Let your startups come up. Let the DRDO do a little more R&D. Let your storage facilities and stuff like that go on. It should be organic growth, and it should be an organic induction, rather than getting swayed by a very fancy director or a supersonic weapon or an influence mind which may or may not even fit in with the way you want to fight. Which, I mean, our philosophies are a little different, but this is not the forum to go through
Sir,
that.
may we take on the questions?
Yes, sure.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now open to questions just for about 5-6 minutes. Sir. Mic दीजिए. On है.
Good afternoon, I'm Karan Chandok. Having heard eminent speakers, one feels enlightened. What I wish to say is, the crux of the whole thing appears to be man behind the gun. Russia, with all the history that you have mentioned, Ukraine is one of the CIS countries, as I know, 1991 onwards. What I saw in a paper some time back, there's a Russian tank in a built-up area of somewhere in Ukraine. There's one civilian standing in front of the tank, and that tank commander is helpless. Why? What was lacking? I feel the man behind the gun, your artificial intelligence, modern technologies, whatever you have will not suffice. If the man will matter. The man will matter always. So let's emphasize on that aspect. Thank you.
Sir, firstly, I think I mentioned it. The person coming in front of the tank and the guy coming out of the tank and telling the person to get aside was a political diktat. It was out of soldiering. We can't count that as part of soldiering. Normally, if I am a tank man, if I find people coming in front of my tank, I'm not going to stop.
But they were not on a picnic. They were not on a picnic. The chap who's heading that tank or whatever it is on a picnic.
So that's where we go wrong.
Motivation.
No. I think that may be. We'll have a chat after this, sir, over this. But that was not true. What was seen was not true. So what was happening was no fratricide, no collateral. That were the orders given. So when such an operation takes place, it's a very sensitive operation. They're killing their own men. I'll speak to you, sir, later. We have a shortage of time.
Just one last point. What I'm trying to say is this, that the tank commander, whoever was, lacked motivation. My point is, Russia, being a power, superpower, not so super as it used to be maybe 30 years back, but still is a power. And the Ukraine may be a bacha in front of them in some sense. Then it is a sad story. Thank you.
Roger, sir. Anyone? Yes, sir. Mic दीजिए.
Firstly, I'll agree with General Pushkar when he made a statement that the Ukraine war is really not the technology war which is being done. Actually, if you want to see the technology which got tested out, then you got to study the Syrian war. Actually, it is in the war of Syria where quietly, including China, Russia, America, a whole lot of these countries are trying out their technologies. Study that and the impact of technology, how it is going to shape the future warfare will come much more clearly than the Ukraine one. So that is part one. Two is drones and UAVs are two different things. The biggest challenge today, really speaking, is detection, right? Now, detection is going to be a problem till you make a breakthrough in quantum technology, which is the next big technology which will actually change, which didn't get covered because of time, right? The communication, navigation, computing, as far as the quantum technology added to hypersonics, etc., will make a difference. Drones are being overplayed, like what Colonel Sharma said. Airspace management and various other factors will come into play. Secondly, the swarms, in true sense, really means then the drones are talking to each other and the AI is being fitted. Currently, those swarms are not there, right? They're being tried. Likewise, unmanned ground vehicle systems, etc., whichever have been tried in Syria, really haven't succeeded. Apart from that, technology, future technology, what we are talking, is not going to write off the legacy systems for another 10 to 15 years. Therefore, the current systems and upgrades will continue to happen, but future technologies to happen, I support Colonel Sharma's point that we must start having the doctrine and the HR aspects to go up. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Now, that was a very interesting discussion on political, military, miscalculation, AI, CRISPR, Cas9, genetically mutated warriors, and whatnot. Now, let's come back to what we call the hardcore, original defense tactics. The next topic is the relevance of aircraft carriers in power projection. Our distinguished panel includes Vice Admiral Anup Singh, Vice Admiral Girish Luthra, and Vice Admiral Anil Chawla. The discussion will be moderated by Admiral Lamba. Let me introduce the panel. Our moderator, Admiral Sunil Lamba, who is the 23rd Chief of Naval Staff. His illustrious naval career, spanning over 4 decades, includes his role as the Chief of Staff of the Southern Naval Command, where he was responsible for the transformation of the training methodology in the Indian Navy. Earlier, as Flag Staff Officer Sea Training, he ushered in new measures to greatly enhance the battle effectiveness of the Indian warships. He implemented significant coastal security initiatives and multi-agency coordination mechanisms which ensure safe seas and secure coasts. His contribution to the Tri-Service Synergy as the Chief of Staff Committee is legendary. He also served as the chairman of the National Maritime Foundation. Vice Admiral, if I may say, Dr. A.K. Chawla, paid adieu to the Navy after 4 decades of distinguished service to the country. He holds the distinction of having commanded 5 warships and oversaw the induction of INS Vikramaditya into the fleet. Recently, he completed his PhD in the role of maritime power in China's grand strategy. Vice Admiral Girish Luthra commanded frontline warships, including the aircraft carrier Virat. His 40 years of distinguished service include being Commander-in-Chief of both Western and Southern Naval Command. He has rich experience in strategy and perspective planning. Vice Admiral Anup Singh, former Commander-in-Chief of the Eastern Naval Command, gave 4 exemplary decades of service to the Indian Navy, which included the command of 4 warships. He led Operation Cocoon, involving evacuation of non-combatants from war-torn Lebanon in July 2006. He has been Director of Strategic Studies at the Society for Indian Ocean Studies and visiting faculty at NDC. He chronicled the Indian Navy's history from 2001 to 2010 in his book titled Blue Waters, Ahoy. So I leave it to the panelists to start the discussion.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As usual, the time management of the sessions has gone for a 6. So Colonel Sharma was saying you got only 45 minutes, but I'm going to take my pound of flesh and stick to the 1 hour which we were given right in the beginning. I couldn't care less. We have the topic given to our panel was the relevance of aircraft carrier and power projection. We are going to expand this discussion to a larger issue of maritime power instead of just limiting it to aircraft carriers. Unfortunately, it's a white uniform heavy panel, so I hope there's some contrary views within the audience. We in India, especially in North India, tend to forget a very rich maritime heritage and legacy, which dates back over 5,000 years, going back right to the time of the Indus Valley civilization, where we have discovered seals which depict ocean-going vessels. The oldest dock in the world at Lothal is part of the Indus Valley civilization. When you look at India's maritime history and you look at the Chola dynasty, Rajendra Chola had an empire which stretched all the way to then Indochina, Indonesia. Coming to closer times, India's destiny and future is linked to the ocean, especially to the Indian Ocean, and we are fortunate for our geographical location, which sits astride the most important sea lines of communications which crisscross the Indian Ocean, which connect the west and the east. So, maritime domain is a very important domain, and today in our panel we have got 3 experts to talk about this issue. We'll have, starting off with Admiral Luthra, who will talk of the larger issue of Indo-Pacific, followed by Chawla on the carrier program and the way ahead, and finally Admiral Anup Singh on the relevance of the aircraft carrier. You all have 10 minutes each, then we'll open it up to question and answer among the audience. Then I'll give you some time to wrap up. Thank you very much. Over to you, Girish.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed a privilege for us, the naval panel, to be here in this Tri-City and to bring in a maritime perspective and to talk a little bit about the maritime domain and the aircraft carriers. Now, I'm going to be talking about the Indo-Pacific to set the stage, because the aircraft carriers are not just purely war-fighting machines. War-fighting machines, yes, they are, very much. But in addition, they have a larger strategic role to do, strategic, operational, and tactical roles to do. And therefore, the first thing to do is to place it in the strategic context. Next slide, please. The emerging environment around us is very peculiar. It is something that we haven't seen for a very long time. We have a new form of internationalism that is taking place, and a very hazy geopolitics. The old order, all of you know, is giving way, and the new order is yet to take its position. And therefore, this is the period of uncertainty in which we are going through phases like globalization versus nationalism. We are going through traditional security concepts not being applicable anymore. And almost all countries are following this strategy of hedging. Next slide, please. And within this overall global framework, it is the Indo-Pacific region which is now the area of geopolitical, geoeconomic, and technology competition. There are many reasons why this has become the new area for contestation and competition, but the primary reason is the shift of global economic activity to this region. As the slide indicates, 60% of the world's GDP, 2/3, that is 66% of the global growth, and 70% of world trade takes place in the Indo-Pacific region. Today, 6-7 years ago, there was this debate whether the Indo-Pacific, Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean combined, it's too large an area to be considered a coherent strategic space. That debate is behind us. Today, the Indo-Pacific is very much a coherent and accepted strategic space, while recognizing there are sub-regions within the Indo-Pacific which have their dissimilarities, but the interconnectedness of this region is what is giving the new dynamism to this region. And within this new development of the Indo-Pacific region, the maritime areas are the growth underbelly of the Indo-Pacific, where all the developmental activities really are taking place. I must also here add that the Indo-Pacific debate in 2016-17 was centered around maritime security, but today the debate has moved to encompass a much broader agenda, which includes various issues, including climate and non-traditional issues, digitalization, technology, all have come into the overall canvas of the Indo-Pacific. Next slide, please. Now, a large number of countries and organizations have outlined their vision or their strategies or their approach to the Indo-Pacific. This includes, of course, the United States, which in 2017 adopted it in their national security strategy and then came up with the Indo-Pacific strategy report. Japan, Australia, France. France is an Indo-Pacific power, a resident Indo-Pacific power. Germany, Netherlands, and these three European countries soon led the EU's Indo-Pacific strategy to be adopted. The 27 countries of the European Union adopted the Indo-Pacific strategy. Despite many differences, it was quite an achievement for all 27 to agree to come up with an Indo-Pacific strategy. UK, ASEAN, and very recently, just last week, IORA, that is Indian Ocean Rim Association, and Canada. Canada has just announced its Indo-Pacific strategies just about 5 days back. Next slide, please. China, let me give a couple of points about China. We have all seen in the last 20-25 years, we have seen the rise of China with a new strategic identity. Why do I use this term strategic identity? China has acquired a new strategic identity. And in this strategic identity, there has been a decisive shift to the maritime orientation. China recognizes that its ambition of being a regional and a global power cannot be fulfilled without suitable positioning and actions in the maritime domain. Now, when I say decisive shift to the maritime orientation, I'm not for one moment suggesting that it has given up its continental orientation. Certainly, continental orientation continues, but it is the mix of the continental and the maritime orientation. In this mix, there is a readaptation and there is an increased emphasis on the maritime orientation. Earlier, the PLA Navy was, till 1999, was not making any port calls in the Indian Ocean regions. Since 2010, it is about 20 port calls every year. So that is the kind of shift that has happened. Leave aside the presence of PLA Navy ships. China is seeking, as we all know, seeking a new model for great power relations. It wants to sustain its leadership in trade, wants to have a world-class military by 2035, and win wars against a strong adversary, quote unquote, the United States, by 2049. It is, of course, opposed to the Indo-Pacific construct. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah. So as far as India is concerned, in 2008, we came up with this concept of net security provider in the Indian Ocean region. The new maritime doctrine talked about our areas. I will have a slide to show you that later. In 2015, the security and growth for all in the region, this concept of Sagar was put forward. In 2018, the Prime Minister outlined our vision for the Indo-Pacific at the Shangri-La Dialogue. Later on in 2019, we announced Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative, IPOI, which has got 7 pillars, but the first pillar is on maritime security. And in 2020, there was an effort to link IPOI and Sagar by India at various fora. Next slide, please. Our broad approach is to promote maritime security, prosperity, rules-based international order, and contribute towards free, open, and inclusive, resilient Indo-Pacific. And even in the new, India is now heading the G20, where we are also seeking to promote equity and fairness of globalization. Certainly, strengthen security, defense, and naval cooperation. Next slide, please. Now, this slide just indicates our area of interest, the vast area of interest of India and of the Indian Navy. Next slide, please. Now, within this overall context, as I mentioned earlier, the aircraft carriers have strategic, operational, and tactical roles. Roles of aircraft carriers have evolved in the last they've been around since the First World War. And these roles have evolved and adapted as per the technologies which are emerging. And in the last 100 years, aircraft carriers have played a variety of roles. Today, there are 7 countries which are operating aircraft carriers and 5 additional countries which are using helicopter carriers, which can also be used for, in certain cases, can be used as an aircraft carrier. So India's outlook and approach in the Indo-Pacific cannot be only diplomatic. It has to be matched by suitable maritime and naval capabilities, and aircraft carriers play a major role in that. We need to prevent domination by another power, particularly in the Indian Ocean region, and once again, the aircraft carriers have a key role. Opposition to aircraft carriers relates primarily to their cost and their vulnerability. I think both these objections are grossly overstated. Costs, the Navy is now running 2 aircraft carriers as managing both the capital budget and the revenue budget. And as far as vulnerability, carriers also have a very strong survivability, unless, of course, you commit a tactical blunder, then you can end up with some problem. But the carriers and the ships around that also have a strong survivability factor. Next slide, please. Carriers, along with other instruments, provide strong deterrence. Here, it is to be kept in mind that the deterrence is never to be seen with one single instrument, like aircraft carrier. It works in tandem with diplomatic, economic, and other instruments of national power to deter activity, but aircraft carriers play a very strong role as an instrument for deterrence. They are also very useful in crisis response. If there is a crisis in any part, in any area, in your area of interest, you can deploy the aircraft carriers without needing any permissions from the host country. You don't need air flight permissions, airspace permissions, you need no permissions, and you can get deployed in those areas. You can develop partnerships. India's today, one of the reasons that a large number of countries, large number of navies are keen, quadrilateral, AUKUS, many things are happening in our region. Many new groupings are being formed. One of the reasons is that we have a navy which operates the aircraft carriers. It helps us to bring partnerships which will lead to what we want to do in the Indo-Pacific. It also indicates India's intent, India's resolve, that is India's seriousness, and helps build the narrative around what we are doing in the maritime domain. Next slide, please. This is the last slide. The debate about whether aircraft carriers or submarines is perhaps not the right debate. The correct debate is what is the right force mix for the Navy. It requires both aircraft carriers and submarines. It's not sea control versus sea denial. Many people get into that debate. I think the debate should be what is the right force mix. And the Navy undertakes this comprehensive exercise, what should be the right force mix, which requires both the carriers as well as the submarines. They add to our reach and our sustenance. In a two-front scenario, a two-front war scenario with Pakistan and China in collusion, the aircraft carriers have a major role to play. And let me here add one point, that the two-front scenario in case of the Navy is very different from a two-front scenario as seen by the Army and the Air Force. Because two fronts, which means two adversaries, can be present in the same theater. They can be present in the Arabian Sea or South of Arabian Sea, or in the Bay of Bengal and South of Arabia. Whereas it is not fixed by geographical boundaries, as is the case in land borders, and therefore two adversaries colluding with each other and partnering with each other can be present in the same maritime space, where the aircraft carriers have a significant role to play. I have not talked about Chinese aircraft carriers. The third one is, of course, doing trials, because the next speaker will be talking about the Chinese aircraft carriers. But we are expecting that by 2030, China will have definitely 5 to 6 aircraft carriers, and some of them operating in the Indian Ocean region. They provide flexibility in deploying air power, which cannot be provided by shore-based air power. Shore-based air power, yes, it can be used, but in tandem with the flexible air power available to you, which has numerous benefits. I will again not go into those details, but it has to be in tandem with the flexibility offered by tactical air power from the aircraft carriers. But yes, we will use the shore-based aircraft wherever required and wherever applicable. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is the last one. So thank you very much, and I will now hand over to the next speaker.
Thank you, Luthra. Anil.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. While I'm waiting for my slides to come on, I think Admiral Luthra has very comprehensively set the stage, the strategic rationale for the aircraft carriers and for a strong Navy. It is a corollary from that. And the various requirements that it can be used for, what is a larger purpose. And as he said, it is not purely a war-fighting instrument. It is that, of course, but it is much more beyond that. What I will do is, in the time allotted to me, I will cover in detail the carrier force being built by our adversary, that is China, and then come to our own aircraft carrier program, with which I have been closely associated in my last appointment before retirement. So coming to China, this is the picture of the Liaoning, which is the ex-Varyag, interestingly built in Ukraine, a ship that was taken in 1998 by the Chinese, ostensibly to be used as a floating casino at Macau, but we always knew that they were going to sort of refurbish it, and they indeed did that, commissioned it in 2012. It carries an air wing of 30 aircraft. This is the indigenous J-15 fighters developed by China. That's the first generation of carrier-borne aircraft that they developed, and 6 helicopters, mixed between Russian and Chinese helicopters, and of course is a steam-propelled ship. This was essentially, and still of course in commission, was a demonstrator, a trial platform for the Chinese Navy. Some of you may be aware that many years before this, they actually bought the HMAS Melbourne from the Royal Australian Navy as scrap and re-engineered the steam catapult and various other equipment inside the HMS Melbourne, because they are masters at re-engineering. And they use those technologies also in the subsequent ships. Next slide. Then this was the first aircraft carrier that they constructed indigenously, because the Liaoning was, of course, a Ukrainian built aircraft carrier which was lying incomplete. The Shandong, which was originally called the Type 001A, later on the Type 002. Now this was commissioned in 2019. It had an enlarged air wing of 40 aircraft, slightly larger than the Liaoning, but essentially the same kind of technology for landing and takeoff. And the aircraft component increased by about 10 aircraft. And this is currently the ship that has undergone all the trials and is operationally available and is being operated by them along with the Liaoning. Next, please. Now, this is the latest one. In July this year, China launched their largest aircraft carriers thus far. It is about 85,000 tons when it will be completed. In the next slide, when I show it, I'll show the comparison between the latest US aircraft carrier and this carrier. It is planned to be commissioned in 2024, and it will have an air wing of 85 aircraft. That is more than double what is being carried by the Shandong, but it still remains steam propelled. There was earlier a thought of making it nuclear propelled, but the nuclear propulsion plant is undergoing trials. They have contracted it out in 2017, and that is going to go into the type 004, whose image also I will show you subsequently. Next slide, please. Now, this is a comparison between the Ford class, that is the latest US carrier, the super carrier, which is well over 100,000 tons, carries over 100 aircraft, and is, of course, nuclear powered, and the type 003, that is the Fujian that is proposed to be commissioned by 24. And you can see that it is comparable in size. It's about 25,000 to 20 to 25,000 tons smaller, carries about 25 odd aircraft less. And most importantly, it is not nuclear propelled, which is a great drawback in its endurance. It needs to be fueled regularly, but then they have got enough oil tankers to do that at sea. So you can see that gradually they are matching up slowly and to the US aircraft carriers. Next slide, please. This is, of course, just a pictorial of the same USS Ford at sea with its air wing, and you can see the power of a ship, of an aircraft carrier by the air wing, which is airborne here, and the kind of aircraft it has is normally not even available at a shore-based fighter airfield of the Air Force. That's the kind of air power that it carries. Next. Now, this is the final sort of aircraft carrier that is proposed to be built by China. As I said, the nuclear power plant and the propulsion has already been contracted in 2017. That is almost 5 years ago. We understand from unclassified sources that the propulsion plant is getting into some sort of finality. But this will be larger than the USS Ford as per the plans. It will be nuclear powered. It will carry the FC-31 or the J-35. There is a Gyra Falcon, which is a Chinese equivalent of the F-35 aircraft that is carried by the US aircraft, which is already undergoing flying trials. It's already flying. And the completion tentative date they're given is 2030. My own feeling is it could get delayed by 3 to 5 years, but definitely by 2035, this ship will be at sea. Now, having seen the Chinese aircraft carrier program, why is China going on for aircraft carriers? There is a lot of debate in India why we should or should not have aircraft carriers, but why is our principal adversary going in for aircraft carriers? Next slide, please. Now, one of the primary reasons is its geographic limitations. China is rimmed, as I will show in the next slide briefly. If you see the coastal map of China, it is hemmed in by a series of island chains, the first island chain and the second island chain. If it wants to break out of those island chains, it needs an aircraft carrier-led task force, without which it can't really match up against the US Navy, and the US is seen by them as their principal adversary. This is also in consonance with their latest maritime strategy, promulgated in 2019, of offshore waters defense with open seas protection. That is a Chinese name, but essentially it is, in traditional maritime terms, it's a sea control strategy with long-term ambitions of attaining command of the seas. Now, command of the seas was only attained by two navies, the Royal Navy in the 19th century and the US Navy briefly in the 20th century. So that is a long-term aim. It's a stated aim. It is in writing. It's not something that we have manufactured. It is there in their strategic military white papers published in 2013. Of course, it will assist in asserting its maritime claims some of which they have already achieved, many of which are already all remaining, so it will assist them in that. This is very important, the technological capability gap. Now, we tend to forget that aircraft carriers bring with them a series of niche technologies which are not just used on aircraft carriers. So you might remember that the first astronaut on the moon was a naval carrier pilot. Neil Armstrong was a US Navy carrier pilot, and most of the astronauts thereafter were from the US Navy. Many of the technologies in the spacecraft were from carriers, the precision landing system. Many of the technologies used by today's commercial airliners, including the hands-off landing system, the JPALs, were designed specifically for aircraft carriers. In the future, the nuclear power technology, because it's a very small compressor that is required to be on a ship, is also planned to be used on planets like Mars and others subsequently for sustaining life by providing power. So it is a huge technological capability apart from the technology on carrier-borne aircraft, which is another part of the aircraft carrier. And of course, it wants to finally beat the US, become the world #1 superpower. That's the Chinese dream laid down by Xi Jinping by 2049, and this is an integral part of this race. Now, coming to the Indian carrier program, next slide, please. This, of course, as I mentioned, is a map of the Chinese coastline. They're very unfortunate in their maritime geography. Unlike us, we are very fortunate, as Admiral Lamba mentioned in his opening remarks, in our maritime geography, but they are totally hemmed in, and they really have to break out first before they can head into the open oceans. Next. There is also the fact that the Chinese strategy calls a two-ocean area, which has been promulgated way back in 2013, much before the Indo-Pacific strategy. And this is what, as per their writings, they wish to dominate in the long term. And this cannot be done without an aircraft carrier-led task force. Next. The China's Belt and Road Initiative also requires sea control. I won't go into this in detail because there's no time. But all these factors are driving them towards an aircraft carrier-led Navy. Next. Now, as far as India's carrier program is concerned, since I was closely associated with the last bit of the trials of Vikrant, it's a commendable program. This is a view of the Vikrant coming out of the dry dock. Next. The plans were made in the 1980s. This is just to show you how long it takes, to replace the old Vikrant. Virat was an interim measure to tide over the gap because Vikrant was losing its capability, being old. Steel approval was given by the government in 1999. The construction approval was given by the CCS in 2002. Steel was cut in 2005. Indigenous steel was made, so it's again the technology part. For the first time in India, shipbuilding steel was made, which is subsequently being used on all other ships, and subsequently submarine steel will also be used, made in India. The ship's keel was laid in 2009. It was launched in 2013 and commissioned in September this year. So you can see the long time it takes to commission, and it will be in commission, any aircraft carrier, for roughly about 40 years. So that's the life of a carrier when one looks at the cost also. It is roughly 4 to 5 decades. Virat was with us into its 50th year of commission. Next. The trials, of course, were very successful. Now, this slide is basically to show you that how good our design technology and shipbuilding technology is, that this ship was the first ship to achieve full power trial on its first sailing, which is unprecedented. It was also the ship that could recover all helicopters that the Indian Navy has, not the fighter aircraft. The trial will start now, on its first sailing itself. So it was a marvelous achievement by the Cochin shipyard, by the Indian Navy, by the trial teams, by the designers, by all the people who worked together to get this going and prove it in its first sailing, something that I think we as Indians should be proud of. Next. Now, a lot of issues are discussed on the indigenization. This is the slide. I personally got it made because of the presentation we had to give after its first sailing, and we went into each detail. Now, it is a matter of pride that 76% of the ship is indigenous. Now, the cost of a ship includes the infrastructure cost that is required, that's the fixed infrastructure to build it. It is the man hours, the major chunk of the cost of the man hours, what we pay, the workers, the designers, the engineers, and of course the material cost is the third. So if you take the entire thing, about 20,000 crores, 76% was indigenous, which means 76% of the money was invested in India. 76% of 20,000 crores roughly is well over 15,000 crores. The amount, not to gloss over what was imported, that's why it has been shown very clearly that the imported material in terms of equipment was about 56%, whereas the indigenous equipment sourced through various PSUs and the MSMEs, 94 MSMEs, was 44%, and this is an area which we need to improve in the next ship that is commissioned, and with this knowledge gain, we can take it well over 85% if the next ship is made overall. Next. As far as the benefits are concerned, people talk about the cost of construction. Just see the job generation. 40,000 jobs generated during creation, 2,000 workers employed daily, 12,000 across the country. And when you see the multiplier effect, when each person supports 3 to 5 members of a family, you see the multiplier impact across the country of this investment of 15,000 crores. It is massive. In the US, somebody mentioned today the B-21 bomber. The senator of that area where the bomber was built, his statement is the first. He said, I had fought for this bomber to be built here because the employment that it generates in the area of his jurisdiction is something that builds up the economy of the place. So people fight to get abroad to get this manufacture in their cities or their places. I've already talked to the multiplier effects. Of course, the skilling of people is something that is enormous and that takes place as it happens. Next. The other benefits of indigenous construction, I already mentioned 94 MSMEs. Again, if you see the kind of people that are employed, the investments that go into it, it's a massive employer of people, massive generator of technology. Supply vendors, 550 indigenous vendors were sourced for supplying items. That's the logistics side is another thing that develops, which we tend to overlook. Support to these SMEs, MSMEs, PSUs, it spawns investment in R&D. Our R&D investment today is abysmal. But these are the factors that will lead companies to divert money into R&D, which is important for future development. Ship design and outfitting capability and the confidence boost to our warship builders is tremendous. When the first time the ship sailed out, all of us were nervous. I was on board the ship. We were nervous as to what will happen because the first aircraft carrier we had built. And by the time the ship came back, you should have seen the confidence of the shipyard workers, the crew. She had done a top speed of 28 knots on her first outing. So, the confidence that it gives you, the exports that will develop, such as after this experience, is intangible in terms of its value. The last thing I would like to say here is that, we cannot just indigenize things out of the blue. You can't just indigenize a tank or a ship or it has to be, you have to have the ecosystem for indigenization. Starts from the steel, from the metallurgy, from the nuts and bolts that are required. So it all builds up from there. And unless you keep repeating this, it sort of doesn't reap benefits. Next. So in the end, I will just say that as far as the aircraft carriers are concerned, not just in terms of strategic advantages that they give us, which was talked about by Admiral Luthra, it also serves as a huge boost to our indigenization. It is a huge boost to our technological capability, which is a strategic gain by itself. It is also a massive employer of people in India. It skills our people. It sort of gives us confidence in our abilities. And the fact is that with China emerging as a 6-carrier navy, and ultimately they plan to have 6 nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, which could well happen by 2050. I don't think India can be left behind. And with the Belt and Road Initiative and the 2 Asian area plans that they have, at least one of these carrier task forces will be resident in the Indian Ocean at some time in the future, maybe 2030, maybe 2035. And if we are not prepared today, and we keep running down our own requirements, then I think future generations are going to hold us accountable. So thank you very much. I'll just hand over now to Admiral Anup Singh.
Thank you. Sir.
Thank you, Chief. Looking at the vacant seats in the hall, I promise to those present not to stand too long between you and your lunch. I'm supposed to be, after the last two speakers who gave excellent presentations on making people understand what is the aircraft carrier all about, what is our capability to indigenously design and develop and construct an aircraft carrier, and what is it in it insofar as the advantage to India as a nation insofar as upbringing the defense industrial base is concerned. Now, let me first go back to basics insofar as, before I talk of relevance of an aircraft carrier, and particularly for India, as to back to basics insofar as the term power projection is concerned. What is this term power projection? Power projection in the old days referred primarily to projecting power ashore, which meant by amphibious landing forces, which could land ground forces or marines in the case of the Western countries ashore in order to do flanking maneuvers in support of the land battle. And that is what really navies are supposed to do. But when it comes to an aircraft carrier, even in the old days, aircraft carriers were utilized for power projection. But let us first go back to the first aircraft carrier that we bought in 1961 from the British, the old Vikrant. It was one of the lightest aircraft carriers in the world at 16,000 tons standard displacement, 19,000 tons full load. And it was meant for air defense of the fleet, which means that the Indian fleet at that time only has one Indian fleet. There was no Western fleet and Eastern fleet. We had very few ships, and most of them were concentrated in Mumbai Harbor, in the naval base in Mumbai. 10 years after induction of the old Vikrant, we had the 71 war. And after acquiring the Vikrant along with its Seahawk fighter aircraft, which were meant to be operating in the role of strike at sea as well as fighter ground attack. Immediately after acquisition from the UK, we also acquired French Dassault Alizé anti-submarine warfare aircraft. Now look at the Indian Jugaad mind. That in 1971 war, we utilized the anti-submarine warfare aircraft, the Alizés, apart from the Seahawks, which were meant for fighter ground attack role as well, in Chittagong, Khulna, Chalna, Mongla, harbor complexes and elsewhere, and Cox's Bazar, in the classic role of a bomber. So anti-submarine aircraft were also utilized for bombing these airfields and strategic facilities in East Pakistan. And that's what made a major difference in not just contraband control in the eastern part of, in the northern part of the Bay of Bengal, apart from the Arabian Sea where the rest of the Western fleet was operating, but in particular in power projection ashore. We didn't have to use landing forces. We had 3 medium-sized landing ships, but landing ships were already known to be vulnerable, and you could hardly carry any ground forces. So the relevance of the aircraft carrier evolved for us in 1971, when circumstances forced innovation and innovation produced power projection at sea even with anti-submarine warfare aircraft, like the Alizés, operating for 8 continuous days from 4th December to the 12th of December, by which time all strategic facilities in East Pakistan, including civilian merchant harbors of Chittagong, etc., were flattened. There was not a soul to be seen anywhere around. Now, let me move to the second aircraft carrier, which was the Virat. And for a considerable amount of time, we operated 2 aircraft carriers. And let me share with you a short anecdote of January 2008. I happened to be in Sydney for the Sea Power Conference. The Australians do this Sea Power Conference called SPC every 2 years. So in Jan of 2008, as would be the wont of the Australians, they put me and the Pakistan Naval Chief Admiral Tahir Afzal, or Afzal Tahir, I'm sorry if I'm putting the first name last, in the same panel. And the subject was supposed to be maritime security concerns in the Indian Ocean. So I spoke first, and the Pakistan Naval Chief spoke next. And the Pakistan Naval Chief had only one slide with a bit of animation. And that slide showed INS Virat without the name, but the pennant number was still there, R11 or R22, and a Harrier taking off from its ski jump. So after the presentation got over, we shook hands, and after that I asked him, a good presentation, Admiral, but it was a pleasant surprise that you had the Indian aircraft carrier as the only slide that you showed, and you read out a script. I thought probably you are going to talk critically about India having an aircraft carrier. So being from Lailpur in Pakistan, he said, Janab, वैसे ही बड़े डरे पे हैं, और की कमांगे उन्हें carrier नु देख के. Now that said it all. So the relevance of an aircraft carrier need not be expounded upon any further, except for, next. Just look at this slide. Let us assume that the center of the X and Y axis, or the compass, actually represents the position of a frigate or a small destroyer. Next. Now, legacy platforms that we have and most other navies, other than Western navies, have, only the legacy platform, not our modern frigates and destroyers, were able to carry out only point defense with their surface-to-air missiles, with their guns, and if they had integral helicopters, with those helicopters. Point defense, insofar as their guns were concerned, long, medium-range defense, and offense with cruise missiles, but the total area that was covered by defense as well as offensive capability of that ship was shown by that fan. Next. Now look at the difference. If that was an aircraft carrier, almost the entire part of northern Arabian Sea would be, northern Bay of Bengal would be covered by this aircraft carrier. If this has not been understood, next, then look at this slide. If that aircraft carrier was, let us say, just coming out of one of the east coast ports of ours, let's assume it is in Chennai. Next. Then in a period of 24 hours, that would be the combat radius of the aircraft carriers. Next. Do you need to go to the mouth of the Malacca? No. Because a conventional aircraft carrier of the kind, of the variety that we've got 2 of them, has the capability to move between 500 to 600 nautical miles at economical speed. And the Vikrant, as Admiral Chawla just mentioned, which has just been commissioned, has a capability of almost 7,500 nautical miles of range without fueling. But of course, we don't take chances, so well before the fuel drops to about 50%, you start fueling, which would come to about the 4th or 5th day if you're in combat and doing higher than economical speeds. But otherwise, you can sustain even for 7 days at economical speed before you require refueling with sufficient reserve on board. More importantly, these aircraft carriers with the range with between 40 to 45,000 tons capacity, displacement, generally carry up to 30 aircraft, which include a mix of 12 to 14 fighters of the MiG-29K variety, and hopefully in the very near future we will have modern fighter aircraft like the F-18 or the Rafale, depends on what finally proves itself capable for us and meets our QRs. And anti-submarine warfare, in fact now with the MH-60R helicopters coming in from the United States, 2 of them have already arrived, I think, which will be multi-role helicopters based on aircraft carrier and on frigates and destroyers, which have been far deficient for far too long of integral helicopters, which will be able to carry missiles, which will be able to carry EW systems and torpedoes and depth charges and sonobuoys, etc., for even detecting submarines. And we also have airborne early warning helicopters. In time to come, as we graduate to the 4th or the 5th generation aircraft carrier, whenever we are able to make it, we will obviously have fixed wing AEW aircraft or mini AWACS of the variety which is as capable as large fixed wing AWACS aircraft owned by any air force, any modern air force, which an example of which is the Hawkeye E-2D. By the way, we were offered that aircraft for the Vikrant in the year 2008, but the total space available on deck for operating that aircraft, particularly for landing on board between the island superstructure and the wingtip, was a little too less. In the next aircraft carrier, we would perhaps factor that part as well in. So there is no doubt at all with these kinds of mix of aircraft on board and SAM systems on board, which are very, very reckonable and potent. The aircraft carrier is capable of doing power projection from the sea and at sea. And as an example, I told you what the Pakistan Navy chief had to say for even the Virat, which had only sea harriers which could go 170 nautical miles at low, almost equal to treetop. 170 included the range of the missile that it carried. And today's aircraft, like the MiG-29K and the future aircraft that we are looking at, would be much more capable. So the relevance of an aircraft carrier, insofar as our situation is concerned, with facing for the first time a hostile monstrosity called China, which is making forays after forays into the Indian Ocean, is beyond doubt an essential and not a desirable for us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
House is open to questions. Yeah, please. There are mic then over there.
Hello. How we take care of our CI aspects because of to take care of the technology stealing or espionage or spying aspect of such things. How we take care of that during that manufacturing, that construction and all the things, because thousands of laborers and technocrats from all walks of life may be hired from the civil society or from your own or from our defense organizations. How we take care of that? Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah. This is a very relevant question. And since I was CNC South when the final construction and trials were happening, this was a very legitimate concern. You might have read in the papers also, there were a couple of incidents where a couple of workers who had links to Afghanistan, not Pakistan, were arrested, and there was some suspicions. There was also a theft of some software from the ship, which happened once. And there was a drone threat that was put in by Pakistan, which we had to counter against. Now, the fact is this is not very difficult at all, because in today's Aadhaar-enabled world and with sufficient background checks and stringent checks at the entry to the shipyard and further checks at the entry to the ship, with 100% of the ship being covered with video cameras, with the number of undercover people already as part of the security team deployed on the ship constantly, with the ship's crew partly being there. There were multiple safeguards, but then indeed, being a very big ship, some small things do happen. In fact, the theft of the software was finally solved. It was basically a petty theft by somebody who wanted to make a quick buck. The cards related to the machinery control systems, there were 4 of them that were stolen because they are spread out across the ship. They were recovered. They were not classified in any case. It was just a machinery control system. There was nothing much more that could happen. We had to deploy anti-drone systems to protect the ship in the final stages. Unfortunately, there were a lot of hobbyists flying their drones along the Cochin Channel, which had to be restricted. So yes, this is a live threat. There were underwater devices deployed around the ship. But again, it led to a lot of indigenization. In all this entire sort of defense, including for the underwater defense, we found that suddenly within the space of a year and a half, there were many indigenous developments that happened, along with some imported equipment that we had to use, and new security procedures were developed. So this is a live threat, but not one that is impossible to handle. In fact, it can be easily handled, particularly in the hinterland.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, please.
I don't have any question, and fortunate to have had such eminent panel to expose us to this subject. I just have something to supplement what you said. We've had this debate of aircraft carrier for years, for nearly a decade, if not more. Now, I think for the discerning people, the debate is not between aircraft carrier and submarines. It's not about sea denial, sea control. And even it's not about the expenditure involved. Admiral Chawla mentioned about 20,000 crores over 10, 12 years, 2,000 crores or 2,000 crores less than that per year is no big deal for a country like ours. Now, the question is the navies, the way Navy is going about projecting or convincing everyone about the need. I think it's not Navy's aircraft carrier. It's a nation's aircraft carrier. And what I may suggest, and particularly why I say that in this kind of an audience, a North Indian army predominant, if I may use the word sea blind audience like us. Now, if there were 2 things, Number one, some of the slides that Admiral Anoop showed. Well, some of the similar slides are shown as a counter to the Navy's logic of having aircraft carriers, that we have unsinkable aircraft carriers, our island territories, etc., etc. Now, you amply gave out the good reasons for having it, but if Navy was to project the range, the radius of action of sea-borne, of land-based aircraft, that this is where we can have air cover, we can't go beyond that, and these are the things we can't do without an aircraft carrier. Maybe from Andamans, we can go till Malacca Straits. Now, once people understand that this is the limit, then for our political leadership, for our decision makers, will be a very clear idea that, listen, if you want to have your geopolitical ambitions going into South China Sea, going into Western Pacific, or going towards the Gulf, well, in that case, we need aircraft carrier. If we don't want it beyond that, let's not have one, if you can't afford one. So I think it's a national capability, it's a national asset, and our populace, each one of us, citizens sitting around, and our leadership needs to understand that this is the rationale and this is related to the nation's geopolitical ambitions. That's what I just wanted to supplement to the excellent rationale that you've given. Thank you.
Thank you, General Ahuja. Any other question? I think lunch is waiting, that's why.
So, basically I want to relate it to the previous discussion of which I was also a part. Now, with all the new technologies that are dominating the battlefield today, so be it over land, air or sea, what are the new threats and survivability of an aircraft carrier, a large platform such as an aircraft carrier? Particularly when I look at weapon systems like hypersonic missiles, hyperglide vehicles, long-range precision vectors. Number one, sir. Number two, the first presentation was about an ideal aircraft carrier or other ships and submarine ratio. Now, in the changing environment, going into the future, sir, when we look at 10, 20 years from now, what would be that ratio, ideal ratio?
Sir, I'll take on one part of the question, that is the technology part of it. You talked about very correctly about the hypersonic missile. I'll only cover that part. The Chinese have deployed hypersonic missile technology on their latest cruisers, which is meant to be used against bigger warships, including aircraft carriers. It is still in the trial stage. They have done one-odd firing, but it will come into their arsenal. So will it come into others' arsenal, and so will it come to our arsenal as well, because even we are entering the hypersonic club, in a short while. If I take your mind back, the Russians had designed a nuclear-powered torpedo to attack the US aircraft carriers also, which used to go at phenomenal speeds. But all these technologies and counter technologies, as you discussed in the last session, which was an excellent session, particularly the technology part of it, have their counters. So for example, for a hypersonic missile to target a ship, there is, in the open oceans, there is a need for targeting, and it's a moving target. So when you really get into the mechanics or the mathematical calculations of the amount of area that a ship will cover, the kind of surveillance that is required, the kind of accuracy that's required, it makes it much more difficult than a land target. So a land target against a hypersonic missile is much easier to hit than a moving target. So this is a target that's constantly moving. There are counters being developed. Yes, currently there are no counters against hypersonic missiles, but neither are they as prevalent. They will come up. There are many other ways of distracting missiles. So I totally agree with this, that they are new weapons, but again, as you yourself said in your remarks, this game of cat and mouse always goes on. And you know, you'll find somebody will develop an offensive weapon, somebody will develop a defensive weapon or a tactic to avoid it. And you know, it is always possible to hit aircraft carriers with even nuclear weapons. That was one of the tactics designed by the Americans against Russian ships and aircraft carriers. So these technologies will be there, but there are counters to it. And when you get into the mathematics, you'll find that it's not that simple to hit a moving target at sea. I'll leave the other part of the question to Admiral Luthra.
The second part on the submarines and aircraft mix, I think you were referring to. You see, in the, just like in other services, but particularly in the case of the Navy, the force structure planning, as you know, is a very complex exercise. It is not just driven by one consideration. You know, you have a top-down approach, which is basically the strategic considerations, as we've been talking about. You have a bottom-up approach, driven by fiscal considerations. You are driven by scenario considerations. You are driven by threat considerations. In the end, it is a mix of everything. Now, as far as the balanced force mix between aircraft carriers and submarines is concerned, Indian Navy, for the time being, has concluded that we need 3 aircraft carriers. And as far as submarines are concerned, it is a mix of conventional submarines, SSNs, that is nuclear powered submarines, attack submarines, and the SSBNs, that is the submarines with ballistic missile capability. Now, the numbers for those are of course classified, what has been worked out for those numbers, but a force mix of those 3 categories of submarines and 3 aircraft carriers is what is the Navy's plan. And that plan, of course, as you know, many people here have worked in perspective planning and force planning departments of the services. Realizing those plans is yet another thing, but this is what the Navy would want to realize in the next 10 to 15 years.
Thank you. If you go back in history and look at dominance of the globe, it's always been on the back of maritime power. Whether it was the Dutch, whether it was the Spanish, the Portuguese, the Brits, or the United States in this particular century. I'm not espousing that India desires to be a global power with global ambitions, but India's growing stature in the world, we are the 5th largest economy today, and in the coming decade, we have to be the 3rd largest economies. There is going to be more and more responsibilities for world governance put on our shoulders. It is but natural as the comprehensive national power of India grows. And if we have to play a role in the region or in the Indo-Pacific, it has to be on comprehensive maritime power and on a larger extent on a comprehensive national power. For too long, we have been sea blind. Things have changed for the better post 2014, and all 4 of us having worn the white uniform, it's been a lonely furrow and a lonely part to push the maritime discourse and narrative and the need for comprehensive maritime power for India. So if we want to be a regional power and have a role to play for what a stature this, it needs to be on the back of comprehensive maritime power, and for that an aircraft carrier plays a very important role. For too long we have been focused on the continent and looking both west and north, we need to look at being, one very important point is we are an energy deficient nation. More than 90% of our energy basket, whether you look at petroleum products, you look at natural gas, even good quality coal, comes from overseas. Unless there is a major breakthrough in technology and we have a different energy basket, we are going to be a net importer of energy, and for that, the easiest mean to move energy is by the sea. So this is where I look, we need to have a national vision of where we go in maritime power. And when I'm talking about national maritime power, I'm not only looking at the Indian Navy, we are looking at the Indian Merchant Marine. As time goes by, a smaller and smaller percentage of India's trade is carried on Indian flag bottom, that is Indian flagged merchant ship. So we need to have a role, a desire, and look at the maritime domain in the future. And if we neglect to do this, it's going to be at our own peril. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And Avnish, I kept it at 55 minutes.
Our next discussion on the China and the emerging world order, may I call upon the panelists? I doubt if there's anyone here. Okay. Done. May I call upon Lieutenant General J.S. Bajwa, Lieutenant General Anil Ahuja, Dr. Jabin D. Jacob, and Dr. Sanjeev Kumar. Please come to the stage. I think we should have talked about lunch. General Ahuja, if you can, yeah. And could someone get the crowd back? Right.
Actually, we don't really have anybody.
I know. I'm just wondering, should we make an announcement outside? And
Yes, because
what a pity.
Just to be fair to everyone,
I agree.
It's
I agree.
We can wait for 10 minutes.
Hanji.
Yeah, if we can.
Avnish has gone out, so
Done.
it can be announced there. There's no lunch and we
Ashish.
हम तो पंचकुला से आ रहे हैं
Does anybody have slides? David? So we'll sit and we don't have to really. Yeah, I can speak here. I'm also going to speak here. He is speaking here. So how many minutes have we done? How many minutes shall we start? 10 to 15 minutes. Maximum 15. Cut off at 14 and a half. Will be taking considerably less than the number of points that we take. Why not? Leave something. I mean, if there is anybody other than the chairs can ask questions. Yes, they should.
Essential because then we can have a 15-20 minute break so that people gather after a while, sir. Meantime, you can, if you want to, you can have a bite, but you will have to go to the langar, sir. Everybody's lunch is there. And
Not here?
Or the food court, no, not here. We can wait for about 15 minutes. If we announce the time, it's 2:15. We recommend Chinese discussion activity.
Good afternoon. For all the youngsters assembled here, this is going to be a very interesting discussion because when you read newspapers, and hopefully all of you do, you would be reading a lot about Chinese influence, growing influence in the world and how it impacts India. So I specifically request youngsters to really listen to this discussion very carefully and then make a list of some interesting questions, because very rarely would you get an opportunity to hear a panel and talk to a panel as esteemed as this. So the next discussion is on the topic China and the emerging world order. The panelists are Lieutenant General Anil Ahuja, Dr. Jabin D. Jacob, and Dr. Sanjeev Kumar. The discussion will be moderated by Lieutenant General J.S. Bajwa. Let me introduce each one of them. Lieutenant General Anil Ahuja is a former GOC 4 Corps and has a distinguished service. His distinguished service includes prestigious appointments as co-chair of the India-US DTTI Interagency Task Force, Additional Director General Military Operations, Defense Attaché to Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos, and a UN Military Observer in Angola. He's currently the Senior Adjunct Fellow for Defense Policy at the Delhi Policy Group and a Distinguished Fellow at the Vivekananda International Foundation. Dr. Sanjeev Kumar is a Senior Research Fellow at the Indian Council of World Affairs, New Delhi. He's been a member and coordinator of ICWA's core group on China and a member of Vivekananda International Foundation's China Expert Group. His research interests include domestic dynamics of China, India-China relations, and China's foreign and neighborhood policy. Dr. Kumar has been a visiting fellow to the School of International Studies, Peking University, and the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences. Dr. Jabin D. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Dr. Jabin D. Jacob is an adjunct research fellow at the National Maritime Foundation, an associate professor at the Department of International Relations and Governance Studies at Shivnadar University. He holds a PhD in Chinese study from the School of International Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University. His research includes Chinese domestic politics, China and the Indian Ocean region, Sino-Indian border areas, India and Chinese worldviews, and center-provincial relations in China. You couldn't, as youngsters, ever get to hear such an esteemed panel. I'm reminding you that again and again. Our moderator for this discussion is General J.S. Bajwa, who has over 39 years of operational experience. He has authored 3 books on the Chinese military. Currently, he's the editor of the prestigious defense magazine, the Indian Defense Review, I stand corrected. Over to the panel, sir. Thank you.
Now that's technology for you. And after having had the food for the body and the stomach, a little food for your thought. Can you hear me? Tipsy? Louder? I might be giving a command parade ground here, yeah?
Chick.
Welcome you all to this session of today's discussions. The panel will be discussing the issue of China in the emerging world order. Churchill had once said of Russia that Russia is a riddle wrapped in a mystery. Russia is a riddle wrapped in a mystery inside an enigma. I think that applies more aptly to China today. China is
wrapped in secrecy, in a shroud of secrecy. It is an enigma, and you don't understand what they're going to do next. To understand China, it requires studying their civilizational history, understanding their culture, language, thinking, and strategic thought. If you insulate or isolate any of these and do not interlink them, you will not be understanding China, and it will be a self-deception. Today's panelists will look at China in 3 different dimensions. Each speaker is an expert in his field, as has been already brought out. And I will request them each to speak between 12 to 15 minutes. And a collective question and answer at the end of it. I'll request Jebin, who will start the session. I will not introduce him, but he will be speaking on the aspects of internal party politics. Why is Chinese party state different from the other countries? How does the Chinese government form and formulate its foreign policy? Who are the stakeholders and what do they want? Essentially, these and the 3 different dimensions that I have given you are going to be very important in understanding China. Without any further ado, I would request Jaban to please start.
Thank you, sir. Let me at the outset express my gratitude to the organizers for inviting me. This is a sort of a new venue for me. This is actually my first time in Chandigarh. Can you believe it? And I think it's particularly apt that we now talk about China. I think it's the right time for me to be in Chandigarh. Maybe 10 years ago, if I come and talked about China, I wouldn't have such a big audience. But I am particularly happy to see a lot of students here, because one objective of my talk here is to ensure, to convince all of the students at least, that China is what you should be focusing on, for your careers ahead. So let me get quickly to the first part. What is it about China that makes it so different from other countries? Now, we always talk about democracy. India is a democracy, China is an authoritarian state. But what does that mean exactly? What does it mean for foreign policy? And my point is simple, that China, because it's an authoritarian one-party state, technically China has 8 political parties, but it's only the Communist Party of China that rules. So what that means in practice is the party is always interested or is always conducting domestic politics, foreign policy in such a way that it continues to survive in power. In India, in democracies, we have elections every 5 years or every 4 years, and parties can change. But just because the party changes, the country, can't change. The country remains strong, the country remains safe. But in China, the Communist Party fears that if it disappears from the political scene, China itself might disappear, or the China that it wants might disappear. So it's not a normal state. We often use the expression party state, right? So party meaning the Communist Party and state. So you often say party hyphen state. And increasingly over time, what's happening is the party element of the Chinese state is becoming stronger. I already see 4 students walking out, or 5 students. Clearly, future is not for them. Future is for the guys who are sitting here. If you paid attention to the first session, we talked about technology. Why does China adopt technology? It's not for the same reasons that we do. Does China employ ethics in use of weapons in its war? It has a very totally different logic or reasoning compared to democracies. If your only objective is to stay in power, it's a zero-sum game. So for the party, the Communist Party of China, any competing political system, and some of you might be humanities and social sciences students, any competing political system, democracy, which can be an alternative to authoritarian systems, is a challenge to its very existence. So it's important for you to understand that when the Chinese talk about negotiations, or Chinese talk about win-win cooperation, etc., it's not exactly what they mean, because if we also win in the relationship with China, then from their standpoint they have lost. That's what you call a zero-sum game. Now let me quickly, once you have this sort of broad framework in mind, the rest of it sort of falls into place easily. How does China formulate foreign policy? How do we formulate foreign policy? So we have a government, we have a foreign ministry, but where does the direction come from? So if all of you have read the preamble of the Indian Constitution, so broadly you could say the preamble, the Constitution gives us the direction, because that's the basic nature of the Indian Republic, right? We are called the Republic of India. I hope you all remember. We're not just India, we are the Republic of India. So the direction comes from the preamble. When we say we are democratic, we are a federal republic, then all of those direction comes from there. For the Chinese, their national strategy, their documents, their direction of their foreign policy comes from, not from the PRC, the People's Republic of China Constitution, but from the party's constitution. So when the direction comes from the party's constitution itself, obviously all foreign policy is meant to support and keep the party surviving. Then I think if those of you who have been reading the newspapers saw that last month there was a big congress, so-called party congress in China. That was the 20th party congress of the Communist Party. Every 5 years a party congress happens, and the general secretary and the new committee, what you call the Politburo Standing Committee, is chosen. This is like the cabinet in India, but cabinet is only 7 members. These are the 7 most powerful people in China. So at the Congress, a report is read out by the General Secretary. When you say Xi Jinping is President of China, actually President of China is the least important position of Xi Jinping. Xi Jinping's most important position is General Secretary of the Communist Party of China. The next most important position is Chairman Central Military Commission. Only third does President of the PRC, that is the state, the Chinese state, come into play. Right? This is very important to remember. If he is only president and not general secretary, he doesn't have much power in China. We might think he's important, but inside China itself, they don't call him President Xi. They call him Xi Chu Xi, Chairman Xi, or Xi Chu Xi, General Secretary Xi. So the report, the constitution, party constitution, the party congress report every 5 years, and then the speeches of the 7 members of the Politburo. These are the sources. Now, what is interesting is everybody thinks, I can't understand China, China is a black box. That's not true. All of this information is available online. You guys just go online, search for Xi Jinping speeches, you'll get it easily. It's all available in English, in fact. So, in fact, if you look at our Prime Minister's website, the Prime Minister also puts up his speeches. But often many of those speeches are in Hindi. They are not available in English. So only Indians can read those speeches. But the Chinese make sure everybody can read the speeches. If you know, the United Nations has 6 official languages: English, Russian, Spanish, French, Arabic, Chinese. The Chinese have all the material in all these languages. So everybody is around the world can get and understand what the Chinese perspective is. This is a very important part of Chinese foreign policy. We say that we want to be a great power, we have all these languages that we speak, and yet our communication to the outside world is quite poor. And this is one big advantage that the Chinese have, that they communicate very well, even though they are an authoritarian state. But what are the objectives of the Communist Party? First, like I mentioned, political stability. Communist Party must remain in power. You keep hearing the expression core interests. What are the core interests? Security, sovereignty, and development. Territorial integrity, national reunification. This is something that you keep hearing. You know that, you've heard of Taiwan, right? The Chinese claim Taiwan is a province of China, but technically Taiwan is an independent country. Number one, they want to be number one in Asia and number one in the world. No other country mentions this so often in its internal documents as China does. Even we don't say that we want to be number one in the world. We are, in the previous sessions, I think we heard we are number 3rd economy, number 4th economy. We want to be, a major power. But nobody ever says we want to be number 1. So, I mean, those of you students sitting at the background, I mean, maybe in our time we will only be number 2, but hopefully in your time we hope to do the work enough to make sure that we are number 1. But to sustain number 1 is your responsibility, all right? And for sustaining number 1, you better pay close attention to what this panel is going to be saying about China. General Bajwa asked me to speak about the stakeholders. Who are the different interests that are involved in making Chinese foreign policy? You know, I think some of you might be children of government servants, public sector unit enterprises, and so on. Did you know that Chinese public sector units, PSUs, are an important actor in their foreign policy? If you ask, is the State Bank of India an important player in foreign policy in India? The answer is probably no. Why? Why is that the case? Chinese banks are among the biggest banks in the world. They are the ones that provide money for a lot of infrastructure projects around the world under the Belt and Road Initiative, which my colleague Dr. Sanjeev will be talking about. So state-owned enterprises, because you need these enterprises to be doing your work for you in promoting your foreign policy interests. The People's Liberation Army, the army. In India, I think this is a common complaint that we will have, that the military does not get enough voice in foreign policy and strategic matters. In China, the PLA is much more important than any other government ministry. Why is that? Because the PLA does not belong to the country. The PLA is the army of the Communist Party of China. The Indian Army, the Indian Navy, and Indian Air Force are not the arms of any particular political party. They belong to the Republic of India. But in China, the reverse is true. The PLA belongs to the party. So the job of the PLA, first and foremost, yes, it will protect the country, but first and foremost, it is to protect the party in power. Which is why your students, you must have heard of the 1989 the Tiananmen protest massacres. Maybe, well, if you haven't, please Google 1989 student protests in China. Right now, if you've been following the press, right now there are student protests happening in China. Why? I will leave you to sort of explore the newspapers and find out. Another very important part of part of foreign policy is where military interests and economic interests come together, what the Chinese call military-civil fusion. The ability for military, economic interests, political interests, military interests to come together to work towards a common direction. I think in the context of India, I just want to make a point to the serving officers and maybe retired officers, maybe if you still have, if you can still reach out to the services, which is how does the PLA communicate its interests on foreign policy? First and foremost, the Chinese have a national defense university. In India, we've been talking about national defense university for decades. I think there's a foundation stone laid about a decade ago, but nothing has happened. So we need to fix that. The Chinese PLA has a newspaper, the PLA Daily. Again, open source. If you're interested in weapons, the weapons you see outside is one thing. But you want to learn about Chinese weapons, go and check out the PLA Daily online. Chinese military officers are active on, serving officers are active on TV programs. That's not something that is encouraged in India. The Chinese military cultivates strong ties to civilian researchers, which is one of the reasons why Sanjeev and I are here, because the military respects our work. But in China, that is to a scale of 100 times more. The Chinese military, Chinese foreign ministry, all ministries have their own think tanks. In India, we do not have yet a very strong culture of think tanks, and if there are, there's not enough money for them. This may be a suggestion for the military that you could think of putting in a certain amount of your budget into research. I think in the previous session, it was mentioned that R&D is a very small sum that goes into R&D in India. But the military has a large budget, which it should also be putting into not just science and tech R&D, but also research into social sciences or into what is going on in China and its neighbors. Chinese military officers also earn PhDs. Like in the US, you earn PhDs pretty early in your career, not late. There's encouragement for books written by serving officers. I think one of the good things about the Military Literature Festival is that you are releasing books by both serving as well as retired personnel. But we need more books by people in the service. I mean, Brigadier Anshuman Narang is actually a book, I think is being released tomorrow on PLA tactics. I think if I were the chief, I would say buy 1,000 copies of these books and give it away to every school, or 10,000 copies and give it to every school or every university in the country, so that students get aware of what the PLA is doing at an early stage in their career. Let me quickly get to the, implications, for Chinese foreign policy of the rise of Xi Jinping, or the strengthening of power of Xi Jinping, the General Secretary at the last Party Congress. As you've already seen, we talked about the protests in China right now. People are protesting against these anti-COVID measures in China. So it's not as if just because he's become party secretary for a third term, he's all powerful. Clearly, the people are responding by saying, well, you might be party secretary for the third term, but we are suffering. Chinese people are seeing football matches on the, at the World Cup and seeing everybody in the audience is without masks. I mean, they'd go nuts if they see all of us sitting without masks. But in China, masks are compulsory, COVID restrictions are compulsory, lockdowns are carrying on, cities of tens of millions of people are continuing to be locked on, COVID tests are being done regularly. I mean, COVID is not over in China. But the Chinese leadership is clever. They use technology, facial recognition. If students are not wearing their masks, and sometimes even when they are wearing their masks, they're able to recognize and target students, student leaders, and put them in jail. The Chinese also say we are facing a crisis situation in this country. One way you can understand when politicians talk about crisis is that they are trying to tell you, I am the guy to help you resolve your crisis. So that's what Xi Jinping is doing right now. We are seeing a situation in China that we have never seen in 100 years. Therefore, the Communist Party is the party to lead you out of this crisis. That might, of course, is not always true, but it helps the Communist Party to do this because it helps promote its impression or image among the Chinese people. So there is a zero-sum attitude towards the outside world. There is a belief that today China is not just about communism, but it's also about combining that communism with this ancient so-called 5,000 years of history of China. And this is all nonsense. There is no 5,000 years of history in China. What happened was, the Chinese leader who passed away just yesterday, day before, Jiang Zemin, the general secretary at that time, when he went to Egypt, he saw that the Egyptians were saying, our history is 5,000 years old. At that time, the Chinese were saying our history is only 3,000 years old. So the moment he got back to China and said, we cannot be younger than the Egyptians. From today onwards, our history is 5,000 years old. So he told all the historians, start rewriting your textbooks and say, we are 5,000 years old. So I know, of course, history rewriting is also happening in India. So I encourage all of you to be conscious that this is not new. This is, it happens in a lot of places around the world. One final point. Yeah. Remember, even if it's an authoritarian system, the Chinese are constantly innovating. All of the talk in the last session was about how the Chinese built several aircraft carriers and how they are ahead of technology, are catching up with the United States. How is an authoritarian state doing this? So do not assume that an authoritarian state cannot do this. Emphasis on foreign languages. All Chinese students learn multiple foreign languages if they, are to be representing their country. The Chinese foreign ministry is 20,000 strong. Our foreign ministry is only less than 1,000 officers. Military diplomacy, very, very important part of Chinese foreign policy. You are putting in your military to increase your outreach to the world. So if you take all of this into account, you already know what India also needs to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Jabal. I'll just bring out 2 points. Some time back I was there in Fudan University in Shanghai, nearly 20 years ago. So I was asking the students, what do you think about freedom and democracy? They said, what can the freedom and democracy give us when we are getting everything here? He says, we are getting everything that we want as an individual. We can get a university and go and study there, and we get jobs. So he says, why should we look for freedom? And the other day there was a conference in Singapore where one of these scholars very rightly brought out. He says that every year before COVID, there were millions of Chinese tourists going out all over the world, and they all came back to their country. There is no dissent as everybody else wants to project it, that there's a big problem in China and people are oppressed and people don't want to stay there. They're very happy. They get their visas, they get their passports. Passports are very easily available. They go out and come back. If there was any problem, they would not come back to the country. Well, Jaban, one point, in this 20th Congress, the Xi Jinping, when he was reporting, he used a number of terms. I just clarify, you can clarify what do these actually mean. New era socialism, people's democratic dictatorship, people's democracy, centralized unified leadership, socialist democracy, socialist consultative democracy. So what form of government is this? Is it socialist democracy or what? Yeah.
So, the North Korea, the official name of North Korea is the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. So when, the communist states like North Korea or China start talking about democracy, you have to first see what is the action on the ground. And the Chinese have constantly changed these terms around precisely because they are trying to find a way to say that they are democratic while keeping the Communist Party in power eternally. So I think sometimes we just don't have to break our heads over it too much. Just consider it nonsense. That's my point.
Yeah, that's what China is. They say what they want to and say you can keep interpreting as you want to. Right, thank you. The second speaker, Dr. Sanjeev Kumar. Sanjeev will dwell on the following: the core principles of Xi's thought on diplomacy, China's notion of community of common destiny, which he'll analyze and examine critically, and the BRI, which is central to the community of common destiny. He will also understand that why over this last decade there have been so many changes made in this initiative of theirs, the BRI initiative. And he will also dwell on the new global Chinese initiatives of Global Development Initiative and Global Security Initiative, which they are reinforcing their own position as a global power. Over to you, Sanjeev.
Good afternoon. Let me first express that it is my immense pleasure to participate in the Military Literature Festival today, and I would like to sincerely thank the organizers, especially Director Mr. M.S. Bajwa sir and my fellow panelist Lieutenant General Anil Ahuja for the invitation. My colleague has already given the background about the core issues in China, especially the party. I would like to build upon that, and my job is here to examine broadly China's worldview, or most precisely Xi Jinping worldview. My presentation will be divided into 3 sections. Or more precisely, I would like to make 3 points. First is about core principle of Xi Jinping thought on diplomacy, and that needs to be examined critically. Second, I would like to talk about Chinese notion of community of common destiny. This is part of the Xi Jinping thought, and there are debate or the Chinese experts who have established that the notion of that the Belt and Road Initiative is central to the notion of community of common destiny. So I will elaborate, or I will analyze the 10 years of BRI performance. And finally, I will talk about the 2 new global initiatives, that is Global Security Initiative and Global Development Initiative. So let me start with the first. Xi Jinping first talked about 10 principles of diplomacy in June 2018 while he was addressing the Central Conference on Foreign Affairs in Beijing. And after that, as in Chinese system, party document and the media, they have highlighted it as a 10 core principle of Xi Jinping thought on diplomacy. Now, this 10 core principles, I will very briefly just refer. The first is the party leadership, leadership of party. I think my colleague Javin has described it already in a brilliant way. The second is major country diplomacy. Third is the Chinese notion of community of common destiny. Then comes enhancing strategic confidence. Then comes core interest. Then comes reform of global governance. Again, global partnership. And the Chinese concept of win-win, as we all know. Now, I would like to elaborate a few of this concept because that will provide the Chinese worldview in detail. I think on party, Javin has the first principle of Xi Jinping thought on diplomacy is the leadership of Communist Party of China. We are aware that there is a great party building project going on in China for last 10 years. But there is also an external dimension of this party building. And in this first concept, they say party building in institution abroad is also important. And that is why if we follow the debate, some part of the debate in recent past in China, their agenda is to propagate that Chinese model of system or Chinese model of governance is better than US democracy. And the whole foreign ministry as well as the media highlighted it when US withdrew from Afghanistan. And they said this is a failure of American democracy. Again, in the COVID time, the narrative which the Chinese were building was that the US as a democracy has failed because the number of people have more. Of course, we know that the Chinese is a closed system and they give a very less number, which is difficult to know the exact number of casualty of COVID in China. So that second point, I think it's important also to understand why they are talking about enhancing a strategic confidence. Now, there are a lot of investment in this sector, and the leaders have also highlighted that China has become strong, it has grown rich, and that is why we can conclude that this is all about saying that assertiveness is required from Chinese side because they have reached and because they have a strong. The core interest, Dr. Javin has already said on this, but this is one of the countries where preservation of power in the hands of Communist Party of China is a core interest. And in recent days, they have also highlighted the red lines, and they have made it clear that they will not sacrifice core interest for to ensure peace. Now I come to the very important concept from Chinese side. They call it community of common destiny. Now this first time Hu Jintao in 2012 Party Congress, he used this term. And Xi Jinping also used this term, he highlighted this term and he elaborated this. This is again a very ambiguous concept, but when Xi Jinping talked about, he said in POA forum in 2015, he first time elaborated this concept, and he said that we have to build a community where no country will be big, no country will be small, etc. All ideal things he talked about. But rather than, there is one way that we have to judge them by their action rather than the principles which we highlight in their foreign policy or in the worldview. But even if you analyze some of the documents, it contradicts the Chinese position. In January 2017, China came up with a white paper on Asia Pacific, where they very clearly said, and I quote, medium-sized and a small-sized country should not and need not take sides. They were talking about South China Sea. So this is a very clear example when their document is saying that sovereignty is not equal for, when it comes to a small country or the big country. Now I come to the second part of my presentation. There are experts and also leadership. Leadership has also highlighted that the BRI's main aim, Belt and Road Initiative, which was started in 2013, the main aim is to convert the neighborhood into community of common destiny. So, and several research articles has been written on this subject, that this could be a flagship or a case study for community of common destiny. Now, on BRI, in last 10 years, I will very briefly talk about a few things. The main aim of the Belt and Road Initiative is first to create followers in international affairs. As Dr. Jabin also highlight in their document, they always talk about #1 position, to get #1 position in Asia and the world. And the second aim is to create market and get benefit, create new market and get benefits from that. On that issue, linking community of common destiny, they organized a high-profile symposium in Beijing in 2016. And there it was organized by Chinese Academy of Social Sciences. And it came out very clearly that there is a low level of trust. Some scholars, some Chinese scholars also raised it. There were scholars from South Asia and other countries also, that the low level of trust between China and its neighbor is one of the big obstacles for building community of common destiny. And they also talked about territorial and maritime disputes that will hinder this process. The Belt and Road Initiative, if we analyze region-wise, this has been a very contested in South Asia, where in most of the countries, also we know India is not a supporter of the initiative, but in South Asia, in almost all countries, big or a small protest has been done against these projects. In Central Asia, we find countries like Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan, there are protests against Chinese projects. Again, in some parts of the country, it has since it comes with the opportunity of investment, it has been, for example, in West Asia, it has been largely welcomed, although some experts have raised concerns about their investment. In Africa, initially, it was seen as an opportunity, but with the time, many countries of Africa has realized, because of the high rate of the interest, because of the high cost of some projects, and also because of the Chinese model of investment. Because the Chinese model of investment is problematic in the sense it has been proved problematic in South Asia also, because they bring their own labor, their own machinery, their own people, and the money goes back to the Chinese. And this has been quite evident for the local population, because their employment situation has been affected. So because of these reasons, there are challenges, the challenges the Belt and Road Initiative have faced. And finally, I would like to come to the third section, and that is the global initiative that China has recently proposed. The Global Security Initiative, first time Xi Jinping talked about this in this year, April, during the Puawa Forum. And recently, Foreign Minister Wang Yi said that this is the Global Security Initiative is the fruit of Xi Jinping thought on diplomacy. So we can see, so the worldview is the Xi Jinping, we can see the worldview which Xi Jinping has given to the world through the 10 principles. This is now reflected in Global Security Initiative. Now, Global Security Initiative, recently they came up with 6 commitments. The number 1 is commitment to common, comprehensive and sustainable security. Then they talk about respect to sovereignty and territorial integrity. Then they talk about multilateralism and other principles. But if we analyze, these are the ideal principles. Somebody might not have any objection, but one has to go by the action of China, because China has been a violator of some principles we already know. About the Global Security Initiative, Xi Jinping during the BRICS conference in June also appealed or they addressed to the other BRICS nations saying that this needs to be operationalized. But going by the record of China, it is very problematic, and they also want to pitch it against what they call Western alliance or Cold War mentality. So this will be a zero-sum concept in future. The second principle, second initiative is they launched last year in September while talking to the General Assembly. Xi Jinping first time talked about Global Development Initiative. Now, Global Development Initiative, they have identified some 7 or 8 objectives to get for example, poverty eradication, industrialization, digital economy, food security. So basically they want to export their own model of development to the developing country. Now they claim that 50 countries have accepted this project, GDI. If you go by the mechanisms, it is still not very clear, but the recent evidence suggests that they will again go to bilateral mode. They have already started some kind of deal with some African country to do such kind of a job like industrialization, to export their model of development. And this is again going in a bilateral way. And in BRI also, this was a main issue which many experts have raised, that the principles of multilateralism has been not followed at all, and that is why BRI as well as the concept is now GDI. Some people have also given the terms like GDI is a booster to BRI, booster dose to BRI, or it's an expansion of BRI because BRI is struggling. They are also coming with the new concept. With this, I conclude here, and if there will be question, I will be happy. Thank you.
Sanjeev, what do you think about this wolf diplomacy? Is that still going to continue, or they're going to wait for some other occasion when China is targeted by the rest of the world?
After the party congress, I think we do not find any evidence that this will not be continued. And the assertiveness has either in South China Sea or at our border, or where they have disputes, there is no evidence that they are going to reduce that. So I think this will be continued.
Thank you. Third speaker, Lieutenant General Anil Ahuja. Anil will cover the issues which are implications of the continuity of Xi at the helm and the evolution and manifestation of Chinese power. Now he's going to continue for whether 5 years, 10 years, or till he dies has a serious implication. The implications for India in the Indo-Pacific strategy with the US at the helm. India in the context of major power diplomacy and neighborhood policy, prevailing situation at the LAC and China's trade relations with India, a perspective on the approach to how India should deal with China. Anil, over to you.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks to the organizers for giving me opportunity for all of us to be together. Privileged to be with such a panel and with the young friends who've been tolerating us since morning. Now, we've had two eminent China scholars who have set the backdrop of how China is in the world order how it has emerged. And my endeavor would be as to how should we be dealing with China. So my topic is dealing with China in the current world order. Now we are all very well aware Xi Jinping has emerged more powerful with the third term in his office. And what he is propagating is a party state to which Dr. Jabin alluded to, with a unique, as Dr. Sanjeev mentioned, community of common destiny. Now he is propagating a new world order indigenously developed by China, which he is presenting as an alternative to the prevailing West or the US-led world order, which we've all been used to when we talk of the new of adhering to the rule-based order. Now he is basically questioning whose rule-based order. Now, he is, with his third term in the chair, we can realistically expect continuity or, in fact, further reinvigoration of the China dream of achieving rejuvenation by 2049. And as I perceive, that the milestones that were laid down, they were covered: the modernization of PLA, enhanced from 2035 to 2027, a modern socialist state, a socialist country by 2035, completing development, world-class army, and completing rejuvenation by 2049. Now, this has been on the agenda, and with rejuvenation, the emphasis is on growing nationalism. And it's not new to the Chinese. Nationalism in different forms and kinds has been propagated over the years by the Chinese. Now, the goal of achieving complete rejuvenation is also related to the goal of reunification. Now, when it is related to the goal of reunification, it has its manifestations for India, it has its manifestations for Taiwan and for the region. Now, when the world looks at China, America considers it as an authoritarian government with shades of revisionist foreign policy, but also grudgingly acknowledges that China is the only country with the intent and power to change the global order. So this is where China is in the world, and it is for us as neighbors, when we sit down, to consider all these aspects of the Chinese manifestation and how we should be dealing with this country in our neighborhood. So what I want to cover is primarily two aspects. Number one, touch upon some factors that we should consider, some geopolitical factors, some factors related to what's happening along our borders, some economic factors, which we should be considering for determining our approach to China, and then share a few thoughts. One possible perspective from my point of view of how should we be dealing with China. Perhaps it can trigger some thoughts for you to ask some questions. Now, coming to a few factors. Now, first factor is that by sheer geopolitics and for the change of the global order, we have come to be at the geographic front line of Indo-Pacific. For the first time, we are facing a superpower. Now, being a standalone power that India is, the onus of meeting the China challenge, whether it's in the continental domain, maritime domain, or the internal security manifestations, or the strategic competition that we have, is on us. And therefore, the onus of building capability in every domain. We just had an expose to this in the about maritime domain in the pre-lunch session, and in every domain the onus is on us. The second aspect is that China is ideologically driven. It is territorially expansionist and economically exploitative. And that's what the character is of the animal who sits next door to us. Now, it is aggressively encroaching upon our territory, where the onus is on us to build our capabilities. And the Chinese think India amongst the most anti-Chinese, even amongst the US allies and partners the world over. The perception there is that India, along with the US, is trying to contain China on its periphery. And they say that India, in cooperation, in partnership with America, can create a two-front situation for China. Well, perhaps it may be granting, it may be stretching it a little far, but then we should understand that that is our power. That is our relevance, because what China has done is not a one-off incident on LAC. This has been a manifestation of his major power diplomacy and his neighborhood diplomacy. In major power diplomacy, he wants to wean us away from US. China wants to enroll us somehow, directly or indirectly, in its BRI. In its neighborhood policy, it wants that China should be the most preeminent power in the region, where it makes the rules for the region, and it has preeminence with total disregard to the interest of others. Now, a few factors closer to the ground. Now, when we come to our LAC, we are all aware that we've had 16 rounds of talks, and out of the 7 odd friction points, we have disengaged at 5 of them. And we've established some patrolling moratorium zones, and some buffer zones have been created. The standoff at Depsang and Demchok persists. Now, please recall how the disengagement took place at PP15. The last round of talks was held in mid-July, 17 odd July. And the disengagement took place in September, just a week before the SCO meet. So, the question to be understood is, this is not a military standoff alone. It is just a manifestation of a larger political intent, which is happening in the military domain. So what we have to look, when we look at the solutions to this, we have to look at larger solutions. Now, India has been wanting a status quo ante of April 2020, but when you look at the Chinese, let me quote the Chinese ambassador, what he said after PP15 disengagement, that in this phase of emergency response since Galwan Valley incident has basically gone, has come to an end, and the border situation is switching to normal management and control. So as far as the Chinese perception is concerned, they feel it's dusted and done. Now, there are also some media reports that some incidents of revival of insurgency in the northeast are instigated by the Chinese. Well, I would not confirm or refute. I have no authentic information about it. But this is something which our agencies and the security forces would have to go into. And they, well, if it's not there today, the possibility exists. Now, no analysis can be complete without considering the economic aspect. Now we have huge trade differential. 2020, the standoff happened. 2021, we had 43% increase in bilateral trade. We had an adverse trade balance of about $70 billion. Come to 22, in the first 6 months, there's further 43% increase. Now, there are, let's not take it as a linear thing that since we have confrontation, this should come down. There are lots of interwoven reasons into this, of inability to switch the supply chains. The Asia Infrastructure Investment Bank, the contracts that are given by them, you can't stop a country from taking part into this. So these are the limitations. I'm sure the country is doing enough for this, but this is the reality that we have to manage our economic relations, and we cannot break the supply chains overnight. So now let me very, very briefly give my views on how we can perhaps approach managing our relations with the Chinese. Now we are entering the third winter. We have huge commitment of troops, and it's a matter of pride and it's a matter of credit to our armed forces that we have managed to deter the Chinese, and in fact the Chinese themselves are hugely surprised at the resilience of the Indian armed forces and India as a nation. Now, the fact is that this cannot carry on in an ad hoc manner. We have to find an answer. And our commanders on ground are the best people to find the answer. That wherever we can reduce the commitment of troops by enhancing our ISR capabilities, by applying technology, by using mobile reserves, we should reduce the commitment of troops to the maximum extent possible. But this is a commitment that the nation has to bear. There's some talk of the utilization of long-range vectors, our missiles, etc. being utilized. Well, they have their utility, but they have their utility in a full-blown conflict, not really in the border management postures. A lot has been said repeatedly for years. We heard it during our service all through, and I'm sure our seniors did before us, of unity in command between Army, ITBP, SSB. Well, I say that again in a different perspective. That today, we heard in the first session today about the significance of ISR. We have limited ISR resources. We have limited fusion capability. We have limited analysis capability. And today, when the manpower is committed, and when the Chinese threat is not only directly on our borders, it can manifest through Nepal, it can manifest through Bhutan. So the SSB becomes another stakeholder, and we need to integrate them for operational reasons, not really for anything to do with Army wanting to increase its domain. Now, as far as the, we've had a full session on technology. Now, I respect whatever was said in that session, but as a practitioner, let me give my 2 pennies worth. Number one, neither technology nor boots on ground alone can win any conflict. We have to remain cognizant of technology that is coming. We have to adapt it, but there will always be a mix of mature technologies that we have, emerging technologies, and future technology. The blend has to be country specific. It depends on the terrain where you are employing, the task that you have, what is your technical prowess to absorb it, to create it, and how much money do you have in your pocket. So let's be mindful. All these words we have spoken of, artificial intelligence, quantum, everything is important. But we have to progressively put it in the larger whole. And finally, let me come to the point that every narrative that you hear of dealing with China says we should build our comprehensive national power and the cutting edge of comprehensive national power. There's no doubt about it. But in building that comprehensive national power, we have to consider that we have to build it in all the terrains, for all the domains, and we have to build it from the money that we have in our pocket. And towards that, we have to make a clear distinction between building operational capability for here and now and building self-reliance for tomorrow and beyond. Now, unfortunately, what is happening is that we are mixing up between Atmanirbharta, self-reliance, and our operational capability. Many of us, on number of occasions, when called upon to tell how operationally prepared we are, we give the narrative of what defense exports we have done. 68% of budget we have given to acquisition from our indigenous industries. How many MSMEs have we nurtured? It's important, but let's make a distinction to build our capability. So I will end by saying we have a major power at our doorsteps. We have to fight him in all domains. We have stood by very commendably, but let's think about it in a larger perspective across all domains. Thank you.
Thank you. You have recently read the reports that the Chinese base in Djibouti has now the capability of berthing an aircraft carrier and submarines too. And this relates to your question that you asked the previous panel, that the Navy needs to project all this to the powers that be, so that we realize that there is a domain which needs a lot of emphasis. And the Navy, when they talk of their power, they actually have the map of India and with the north pointing down and the south pointing up to show that how much of territory or sea area that they have to cover and how little we have to cover that. Anyway, I'd like to just bring a point, of how Mao functioned. Mao had expounded a strategy. He says that if unity, cooperation, peace is achieved through struggle, it will survive, but if it is through concessions, it will perish. And this is something which is being carried forward by every Chinese government and every Chinese president who comes in. So I think we come to the end of a very interesting presentations here. And at the end of it, when we talk of the power the Chinese have, I would like to just mention a few points here. In 1949, China was still, on 1st October China was formed, and they just come out of a civil war. And those who had taken power had actually been, a peasants' army. They didn't even have an army worth the name. But in 1950, they came and invaded, I would call it invaded Tibet. That is, then in 1953, they created a volunteer army to go into North Korea, into Korea in fact, and they defeated the US forces and South Korean forces to such an extent that the commander there was also, had even suggested to the President of the United States that we might use a nuclear weapon against the Chinese. Thereafter, it was again, they took on the Americans in Vietnam. They fought India. They came across, they fought the Russians in 1969. And at all times, China was not considered a power, but Mao and his ilk never ever hesitated in using military power. So when it came to the incident that happened across our LSE in eastern Ladakh, I take the attention back to Doklam. Now Doklam finished in 2017, September. In January 2018, the Chinese came up with a new proposal of something called the Training Mobilization Order. That was signed, the first one was signed on 4th of January 2018. Now, this was an initiative which Xi Jinping, as the chairman, CMC, he signed this, and there was a very elaborate ceremony in initiating this and getting all the theater commands moving out for training. They moved out for training. They did the same thing in January 2019. They again had a training mobilization order. And again in the summer of that month, there were troops all over in Tibet. And India didn't react in any way. 2020, again the third training mobilization order was issued. And lo and behold, the additional forces that came in, we never bothered. We were very, we were enamored by the type of photographs that were coming out in their Global Times and PLA Daily, which showed the troops in live fire exercises, helicopters, attack hepters, soldiers wearing only trousers and bare-chested, jumping into snow. So these are the type of, this is how they trained themselves in these 3 years, and then they came and surprised India. And I think it's a big failing of even our ministry of, our embassy in China, that they could not keep tag of these things. Anyway, before we finish, if there are any questions in this audience, yeah, I can see 2 hands.
Sir, thank you very much for a very lucid talk on the Chinese designs. And what my question pertains to the later part of what General Ahuja said, and the word used is resilience and buffer zone. Now, resilience is not a very proactive word in our sense, I personally feel. They have ingressed, and the official version is not out, but they have ingressed, and we have taken positions countering to their ingress so that they don't come further. Second is the up to PP 15, where we used to patrol and all that. Very, in diplomatic words, it has been converted into buffer zone. Now, buffer zone, I feel, is very defensive as far as the Indian forces or India is concerned. Chinese, they were not coming, but now they have prevented you to patrol up to PP 15, and we have very diplomatically called it buffer zone. So it should be clarified as to we have given up that area or conceded that area to the Chinese, or what is our position militarily on that? Thank you.
Now, the question per se that you've asked, have we given up that area? Well, being of the same fraternity as a veteran like you, I am in no position to authoritatively make any such statement. Either way, you understand. Number two, resilience, buffer zone, petroleum moratorium, all these are defensive in nature. I don't dispute this at all. But if I may take the opportunity to ask you a counter question, that today, with the state that the two nations are in, military, economic, political, and the physical state on ground, if you or anyone amongst the audience can suggest better tools that we have to coerce or to counter what has happened, so it comes to, the Chinese have been telling themselves, some of their strategists have been saying, while preparing for an all-out conflict, maintain stability without losing territory and wait till the time we are able to push the Americans out of Indo-Pacific in next 2, 3, or 4 decades. Now what they are telling their own armed forces, perhaps we could be telling our own armed forces. I mean, it's very fine for us to be suggesting that we should bang our head and push the hell out of people, but in terms of the national policy, pragmatism, and biding time, one doesn't have to do it tomorrow morning. And biding time, we know the extent. So I will leave it at that. I'm sorry I can't give you a specific answer towards that.
Well, let me just add here. The situation, having dealt with the boundary question as part of a director in the MO, where we had these meetings for clarifying the line of actual control, and then also trying to figure out what is the methodology can we follow of exchanging maps with the LAC. In that, we always had this issue that if we are going to be so clear and emphatic about an LAC, we'll lose everything to do with our boundary. We, willy-nilly and de facto that LAC will become a boundary. So, these are just negotiations. They are only to ease out situations. The Samdrangchu incident happened in 1986. It took 7 years of joint working group meetings before the issue was resolved. So we are not in a hurry to resolve this issue, and we should not even indicate that we are impatient. If they are very patient, so can we be patient, and we will also learn how to deal their system of negotiations, and we deal with them accordingly. Thank you.
Sir, just related to this, China had, if I'm not wrong, a border dispute with almost 27 countries. And they resolved this border dispute with most of the nations except 2 or 3. That is Russia, some part, and with India, it is still there, sir. In addition to the panel, as they had touched the LC as well as the maritime boundaries, I request the panel if they can give us some dimension on the space dimension, that is the third dimension. Like they're building up a lot of space stations in Mexico and other areas to look after the digital space connectivity which the Americans and these people are using. Can somebody help on that? Thank you, sir.
You know, you talked of the space stations. Now, you can only have a space station in a country, you know, when the satellite, when it goes into in the other side of the earth. Now, to be able to communicate with it, you require a station somewhere. So you can only have it in a place where, I mean, you have good relations with that country, you can have it there. So I have not understood what is the issue, that they have it in Mexico because they have okay relations with them. There's no problem. Yeah, they are. There's no doubt, and you know, and India, with our progress in the satellite domain, we are doing pretty well, and we have also, they've got an anti-satellite weapon, so do we have, and we have depicted that capability, and you know, it's an ongoing process. They are looking at us, we are looking at them. There's no problem. I don't see any issue that where we'll be subdued by them. There's one more, if you don't mind. Okay. No, I think we'll have to call it off. You can catch these panelists after this. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm also part of that panel. Not this one, but the coming panel. Well, actually, sir, excellent discussion. But my concern is about academic nature of this issue. Well, undoubtedly, China is superpower, and that is geographically close to us, politically important. Well, interestingly, there was a time when I was teaching history of the Far East. They were sharing humiliation at the hands of the imperialists like us. Then we shifted in our university a paper like history of nationalism and communism in China. Then that also stopped. Then there was, in fact, a department of Chinese studies in the Delhi University. That has become redundant. Well, I am concerned that Chinese are studying us more, but we are ignoring Chinese equally because in that sense, this discourse is not going to the public. If we are ignoring Chinese studies in the public institutions like the universities, then it's important that all our citizens, they are depending upon the journalists, the diplomats, or the military experts. And all the time we think that these are the lobbies which are coming to us via media. So if this discussion would go to the public domain or institutions, then I think we can understand China better. So that is my concern. And all the experts, they must concentrate on this. Why we are not introducing studies, Chinese studies in our public institutions? If China is at our door as a superpower and a threat.
Well, Javan, you can hear him. He is one of those in Shivnara University. He's heading their the Chinese department. And there is a department, similar department in JNU. There is a friend of mine there, Hemant Adlakha. And there is an Institute of Chinese Studies, which is headed by a former ambassador, retired ambassador, who was ambassador to China. And the IDSA is also headed by a former ambassador and a consul general to China. So, and the MEA has got a separate wing which is looking after this. So I think we are,
so if I might
universities he'll tell you about.
No, I think what General Bajwa has pointed out, unfortunately, is also that everything is concentrated in Delhi, and that is a problem. I think if you just take Punjab, for example, you know, Captain Amrinder Singh was mentioned. He's written a book on the history of the regiments, the Punjab regiments that were active in China. So I think we should, sitting in this locality, we should be able to see what connections we had with China sitting here. Amritsar, the Guru Nanak Dev University in Amritsar actually has a department of Chinese language. So it's not as if there are no resources or capacities to study China sitting in Punjab or in Chandigarh. But we need to be able to make use of them. And the demand needs to come from the public. Otherwise, the government will not listen. Sorry, sir? Oh, yeah, right. There is a Chinese language university in Amritsar. So, Chinese language department in Amritsar. Yeah, I mean, my colleague is there. Dr. Devashish Chaudhary has been there for the last 3 years. So, I mean, it's out there, unless Amritsar has 2 universities. Yeah. No. No. Well, you make use of them. No, I don't think we should look at it in terms of a problem. That is also an opportunity. Those chaps coming back can also be used to understand and study China. It is our limited imagination that prevents us from, making the best of the resources that are available to us. And we need think tanks in Punjab also. Why not? There's a history of Punjab's relationships with China, which nobody seems to be talking about or exploiting. I mean, why are Punjabi students going to China? That's also something that needs to be studied.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
We thank the panelists. Excellent discussion we had. Sorry, we are running slightly behind schedule. That's why we are trying to hurry it up. Due apologies for the same. Ladies and gentlemen, we move ahead. And the next panel discussion that we have, the topic is, in history, those nations that have endured have won. So I would like to call the eminent panelists for this, who are Lieutenant General D.D.S. Sandhu, who will also be moderating, Lieutenant General Vijay Oberoi, Professor Sukhdev Singh Sohal, and Mr. Ajay Banerjee. I would request the panelists to kindly come up so that we can start. Thank you. Whenever you're speaking, to hold the mic a little close. Yeah, anyways. Right, kindly settle down. We start with the next. The topic, as already told, is, in history, those nations that have endured have won. It's my proud privilege to introduce the esteemed panelists for this session. Ladies and gentlemen, first, National Defense Academy, Kharagwasla. He was severely wounded in the 1965 Indo-Pak War and rose steadily, professionally, and with courage and zeal to become the Vice Chief of the Indian Army. The General Officer has been decorated thrice with all the distinguished service awards. It is indeed a privilege to have him amongst us today. Next we have Professor Sukhdev Singh. The Department of History, Guru Nanak Dev. 5 books, 95 research papers, and 17 book reviews to his credit, and has a teaching experience of more than 27 years. The next panelist is Mr. Ajay Banerjee. He is a military affairs correspondent at the Tribune group of newspapers. He has a sharp focus on Act East policy, India's relation with US, Japan, ASEAN, Russian, and China, and many more. The moderator for the discussion is Lieutenant General DDS Sandhu. The officer was commissioned in 1967 and has had a varied and illustrious career of 40 years in the Indian Army. He was the first defense officer to be honored with a D.Litt. He has also been the Vice Chancellor of 2 prestigious universities in India. Over to the panel. Thank you.
But Havaldar Major's voice, so mic is not required, but still. In fact, there's an echo you get from the mic. Anyway, let's start. First slide, please. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the subject on which I'm going to speak. And next. I think you got it all wrong.
These are my slides. They have to come in third. Mr. Banerjee, do you have some slides? Detya? So, but in sequence, gadbad lag rahi hai. This was mine. These are yours, sir? Yeah.
Sorry for that, ladies and gentlemen. I hope the glitch is removed. Otherwise, we'll go without it. Title is Nations that Prevailed.
Nations that have endured have won.
Yeah, you got it right. Now please go quickly. I have to signal it and go ahead. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is my subject on which I am going to speak. Thank you. Next. Well, there are three types of nations. Powerful nations, or empires, if you want to call them, civilization, if you want, and failed empires and civilization. The third category of which we are going to speak about is what is on this slide. Next, please. Why do these nations prevail are given here, and the reasons of their success are as listed. I'm not going to go through all of them, just to point out one or two basic points. One is the self-sacrifice, and the last one. Pardon? You don't want it? Oh. I don't think. Can you hear me now? Okay. Gentlemen, please see the last bullet. Most importantly, what we need is a powerful military to defend ourselves. Next, please. Now, what we are going to talk about is at both at the tactical and strategic level, but the important part is the inculcation of both together in a comprehensive manner. These are a few of the examples of World War II, where Poland defended itself very well against Nazi Germany, Soviet Union, especially the siege of Stalingrad, Battle of Britain, and these are heroic episodes from World War II. Next, please. But I'm going to speak about events nearer home. How 4 of our small kingdoms prevailed under their remarkable leaders against the powerful Mughal Empire over 3 centuries, that is 17th, 18th, 19th, and parts of the previous one and the latter one. Next, please. That's the imperial seal of the Mughal Empire. Next. These are the details. You've read them in history, but some of them perhaps you don't remember by now. It was founded by Babur. Akbar laid the imperial structure. It reached its zenith under Shah Jahan and Aurangzeb. It was the wealthiest empire in the world at that point of time, with 24% of the world's wealth or economy. It had the largest military, numbering 1 million soldiers, and it was ruled almost the whole of South Asia with 160 million subjects. That was the population of that time, and 23% of the world's population. You can see the map, and if you look at the key, which is given on the right bottom corner, you will see how the Mughal Empire was extended from between 1530 to 1707. The dynasty then rapidly dwindled during the 18th century. Next, please. There's another map, you can say, which makes it a little more easier for those who don't understand bigger maps. The might of the Mughal Empire was challenged by 4 smaller kingdoms: the Rajputs, the Marathas, the Ahoms. Out of these 3, it was the Marathas which did spectacularly well. The Ahoms expanded and defended their sovereign land. But the Rajputs, despite their valor and their exercises, sacrifices, could not achieve their goals in battle. Much later, we had one more empire, the Sikh Empire, Maharaja Ranjit Singh's. And you can see the map, the north of India, where the Sikh Empire came up during Maharaja Ranjit Singh times, 1799 to 1849. Next, please. Well, this is a portrait of all the rulers of the Mughals, Babur onwards, but also some of their ancestors. Next. I tried to highlight the word will and perseverance. That is what we had in the leaders of these four regions or four areas. And they tackled the empire at that time. Their successes confirm that nothing is impossible. What you need is the will, the appetite to take risks, and brave and capable leaders. Next, please. So start with the Rajputs. The three most famous and revered Rajputs in our pantheon were actually defeated repeatedly in crucial battles. And these are the three: Prithviraj Chauhan, Rana Sanga, and Maharana Pratap. Next, please. This is the area of the Rajput kingdoms, but actually the Rajputs are spread out even beyond it. But during that time, this was the area where they were. Next, please. Prithviraj Chauhan captured and executed after the second battle of Terai, 1192. Rana Sanga lost to Babur in Khanua in 1527, and Rana Pratap after the battle of Haldigati. The Rajputs, and I am repeating it, the Rajputs never lacked commitment and courage. In fact, they drew praise from the enemies for these. Where they failed was in discipline, technical and technological prowess, and tactical acumen. Their opponents used complex formations against them. For example, the Mughals had 5 different divisions which were placed on the battlefield, whereas the Rajputs had just one mass of brave officers and men who went in. The Rajput system was simple, predictable and perhaps foolish, consisting of headlong attacks. There was also no coherent strategy and no unified command, a phrase with which we should be more familiar with now. Next, please. We come to the Marathas, who first took the Mughal Empire with the great Maratha warrior, Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, leading them. And after his death, it was the Peshwa Confederacy which did so. Next, please. The Marathas employed military force, guile, and also diplomacy against the Mughals and succeeded in their aims. The Marathas were also masters in guerrilla warfare, which they employed successfully. And their fort warfare was also worth emulating. I'm sad to say that we in India tend to forget what all the Marathas had produced at that point of time and learn from them. Next, please. Shivaji was a man of many parts. Besides being a warrior, excellent warrior in fact, he was a great administrator who brought in many reforms. His soldiers worshipped him. He established a competent and progressive civil rule with well-structured administrative organizations, political traditions, court conventions, and promoted the usage of Marathi and Sanskrit language when every other kingdom was using Persian as the court language at that time. Next, please. Shivaji Maharaj had his coronation at Rajgarh Fort, which he had built himself earlier in in 1674 and got the title of Chhatrapati. Next, please. After his death, at the age of 50, it was the Maratha, the Peshwa Confederacy, which carried on his work and expanded the empire, the Maratha Empire. Next, please. Now coming to the Ahoms, going eastwards to Assam. And you have a map there. See the Ahom kingdom, practically the entire northeast, what is now Arunachal Pradesh, Assam, etc., was there. And the kingdom was established in 1228 and existed as a sovereign nation for 600 years, including their fighting with the Mughals. And they also used to come under attack from the Afghan rulers of Bengal, but they were repulsed. Next, please. Well, here's another map, a more clearer one, with the Mughal Empire reaching right up to, but not beyond, the Ahom Empire. But it was the great warrior Lachit Borfukan who defeated the Mughal army, much bigger army than theirs, at the Battle of Saraighat in 1671. He's a legend. Next, please. Next. That's a sketch on the left of the battle. It was at the constricted portion of the Brahmaputra river, and it was a combined army-navy battle. And the naval gunboats were very active and were responsible for a lot of work against keeping and destroying the Mughals. What you see on the right is a statue of the warrior in the middle of the Brahmaputra, which has been put there. It is, I think, 35 feet high. Next, please. And lastly, we come to the Sikh kingdom of Maharaja Ranjit Singh. Next. He was a warrior king of Punjab who established his own vast kingdom. This is the time when the Mughal were waning, when the British or the East India Company was the rising power in India. Maharaja Ranjit Singh kept both in check on the other side of the Satluj by judicious views of military action and diplomacy. Next, please. That map shows the extent of the empire. His first task was to get together all the Sikh chieftains called missals, which were spread all over the Punjab and beyond, and set up the empire. It was powerful. Next, please. He had a technically strong and a powerful army in which he had kept European officers to train them. And his most famous general was Hari Singh Nalwa, whom you can see in the portrait on the right. He was the one who went right up to Attak, Jamrud. There's a Jamrud fort. Just after that is Attak, and he was the one who did. Next, please. Some concluding remarks, very briefly. I don't want to overstep my time. The four protagonists about whom I have talked were indeed small, but they had the will within them, inculcated by their leaders and their respective regions, that strengthened them to take on the powerful Mughal Empire. Their success confirmed that there is nothing impossible, provided one has the will, appetite for taking risks, and brave and capable leaders. Next, please. Now, I have a takeaway for all of you. History is fine. You learned something of it, perhaps. But the takeaway is more important. And the takeaway is, why do nations become weak? And what to do about it? And I've listed 3 bullets here. The first is they get weakened because of their rulers become what one analyst has called extractive, which destroys incentives, discourages innovation, and saps the talent of the citizen by creating a tilted playing field for their cronies. This denies opportunities to the common people. Second, new businesses are favored for the benefit of the elites who gain much more extraction at the expense of society. Such elites also benefit from rigged political institutions. Intense political extraction breeds inability and failure. Next, please. My last point, we have to develop what I call will to power, along with a powerful military and a strong economy to endure and shine as a powerful nation of this world. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
A very lucid presentation and talk by General Oberoi, who is one of the living legends of the Indian Army, a renowned military thinker and a strategist. But only one thing as the moderator that I would like to ask him is that these empires that you talked about, they all in their heyday were so strong. But say Ranjit Singh's empire, in a period of 10 years it completely dissipated. Similarly, the downslide of the Maratha empires. And one is intrigued, taking from the subject that we are discussing, endurance of a country, is that how come that a trading company like the British East India Company, which did not even have great amount of military behind them, they managed to subdue the whole country in a matter of 50 years. Where is the endurance or the will of all these, whether the Marathas or the Sikhs or the Ahoms, where did it just dissipate in a matter of 5 decades?
Well, very nice question. But since the subject on which I was to speak is the anti-subject of what he has spoken, I had not mentioned it. But a very, very pertinent question. The reason for old civilizations are that once luxury enters the scene, then people become lazy and indolent. And they then are more worried about themselves or their near kith and kin and not of the nation. You must have observed in the 4 points mentioned that all the commanders, all the leaders which were mentioned, they sacrificed every material thing for the nation or for the task which they were going to do. Take anyone, take Shivaji, take the Rajputs, take the Maharaja Ranjit Singh. Maharaja Ranjit Singh was actually illiterate, but what a quality he had. And similarly, the Ahoms, 600 years is a long time to be a sovereign nation. So I think the reasoning partly covered in my last slide and partly as a cautionary which I had mentioned, a takeaway is that don't get into this kind of a leisurely living where you forget the country, you forget the army because of political or monetary reasons. I think everybody understands what I'm talking about. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Banerjee.
Hello? It's working, I suppose. Can you put on my presentation, please? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry we are running late. I'll be very quick and zippy through the presentation. I speak about a very sensitive subject, the campaign of Zorawar Singh, the Dogra general of the 1800s. The time was very important of that time to understand what we are talking about. Next, please. We'll talk about Zorawar Singh Kaloria in three short points in it. This is his picture. This is the statues in Jammu, because he hailed from the Jammu Raja's place. That's why his statue is there in Jammu. He's a great man. History remembers him somewhat not in the right sense, or not in the good sense, or not in the important sense. I'll bring it out how. Next, please. This is the status of the area we're talking about. Ladakh was a free country since 1630 under the Namgyal dynasty. When General Zorawar goes into Ladakh, it's 1834. That is, Sepal was the Galpo, the king. Tibet and Ladakh already had a treaty in 1684, which fixed the boundaries of Ladakh, largely what are today the boundaries of Ladakh, largely, not entirely, and its trade terms with Tibet. Baltistan, the second part of Zorawar's foray, especially Skardu, was a historic trade route within Punjab, Kashmir, and Xinjiang. Xinjiang, now in China. Xinjiang was then called East Turkestan. This ruler, Ahmad Shah, was in touch with the British, the ruler of Skardu, seeking protection. Western Tibet was under Tibetan control. Why I'm putting these little things was I see a lot of children out there, not for the military generals, all of you know it is for them. Next, please. Zorawar was born in 1784. That's not the point. Now comes the second point. He was appointed as the governor of Kishtwar. Kishtwar, if you can open a Google map on your phones, is a very mountainous area in now Jammu and Kashmir. East of it lies Ladakh. He had full powers given by Raja Gulab Singh, then the ruler of Jammu, and part of the Sikh kingdom administered from Lahore, to conquest neighboring states. In red means important that he was tasked to conquer neighboring states. Now these neighboring states from Jammu and Kashmir were Ladakh to the east, Baltistan to the northeast, and Tibet further east. Next, please. This is the route map of Zorawar Singh. Very important. He used two routes to cross from Kishtwar. This map is Government of India map, copyright is with them, 1982. This route is used, when you see the route map from Jammu, the arrows go up via Kishtwar. He has not gone via Zojila. He has gone via a route which is through the mountains, and historians of various hues, including British historians, refer to him having used a secret route for the second time. The first time is through a route which is known. So this is the route. He goes right up to the western edge, northwestern edge of Nepal. Next, please. Now, here is his campaign. August 1834, Dogra forces launched 5,000 men from Kishtwar into Suru. Suru is a river which is in northwestern part of Ladakh, now present-day Ladakh. He went there, captured Suru, moved towards Mulbak, and the route, important because it was not known. Again, I repeat, it is not across the Zojila, which you see so many times on television. Positions in Suru were captured, moved towards Mulbak. Peace negotiations with Sepal, the king of Ladakh, dragged into November. 2 of Dogra's negotiators were killed. He endured that, pushed back to Suru, stayed there during the winter. Most of you may not be aware, winters in Ladakh means minus 30 at the night time. Zorawar endured the winter at Suru, stayed there. Next, please. We move to April 35, the winter's gone, snow has melted, Ladakhis amassed 20,000 men and tried to tackle the Dogras. Dogras is the colloquial term I use for the army, which was to understand for the children back at the end. Raja Gulab Singh was loosely connected to the Sikh Empire administered from Lahore, then by Ranjit Singh. Dogras attacked first, took the initiative. They were lesser in number. Still, Zorawar made them attack the Ladakhis. The governor of Basgo got killed. Ladakhis fell back to Mulbek and then further to Leh as the Dogras pursued them further. Now, this is a very mountainous country. Please, some of you, if you have visited Ladakh, the children back there, we are talking of 10,000 feet, 12,000 feet and above, with a treeless, little oxygen in the scape, and a landscape which is forbidding and has very, very little survival chance in nature. Sepal offered peace. Please note, for the second time, he had offered it last summer also. He offered peace. So this is what Zorawar endured to bring in. I will bring out a map. What did Zorawar at the end do, and where do we stand today? Sepal offered peace, the second instance, right? Now, Zorawar moved to Leh with Sepal. They signed a settlement. And how the settlement was carried out, Zorawar loosely held it, and Sepal was appointed a kind of administrative head of his own kingdom. But he made it clear to Sepal that he has to pay a tribute to the Raja Gulab Singh of Jammu, further to, and made a vassal of Sikh kingdom of Lahore. 1834, Ladakh joins, in a way, the Sikh kingdom. 6 years later, Ladakh signs a treaty with the British in 1842, and formally is part of the British Empire in 1846. By 1846, the Treaty of Amritsar is signed, and the Dogras, which captured Ladakh, are made a separate kingdom of Jammu and Kashmir, with Ladakh part of it, and Zorawar's efforts will show up later. Next, please. The third phase. September 1835, Dogras captures Zanskar. Zanskar is one of the most remote areas in Ladakh where roads are still reaching. We have to go via Kargil to reach to Padam and Zanskar. Moved into Zanskar, take control. In winter 35, Zorawar visiting Maharaja Ranjit Singh. Ranjit Singh was camping at Jandiala in Punjab. And Ranjit Singh was very happy with, I'm referring to Maharaja Ranjit Singh of Lahore, was very happy with the work of Zorawar Singh and gave him a tribute of a village. In the meantime, Sepal revolted back in Leh. Keep in mind, this is winter, he can't go out. Back there, the roads are closed. We are not talking, we don't have helicopters. We don't have jeeps. 1835. We have only horses or foot. So he goes back, finds a local man, and another secret route is found from Kishtwar into Zanskar, and further into Ladakh. Sepal was removed and his minister. Now comes the third turn. Morupa Tazdi was made the Raja of Leh. Again, now, Morupa Tazdi is again the man of this man Sepal, and Gulab Singh is not happy with it. Even the Sikh Empire, Lahore, is not happy with this move. So they ask him to remove Tazdi. Tazdi is there. Next slide, please. Next, please. Oh, winter comes. Zorawar is headed back to Jammu from the fort of Leh. Second point, his appointee, Tazdi, rebels. The prophecy of Gulab Singh and the Sikh kingdom at Lahore comes true, that Tazdi was not the man to be trusted, and he rebels. Dogras are attacked all across Kargil, Dras, and large number are killed. Zorawar is angry. Launches an attack in spring 89. I cannot go into further details because time is at premium. A lot of people who were part of the Ladakhi and also held by the Baltis, Baltis is short for Baltistan, were butchered, literally butchered in a few hundreds. Another uprising followed in spring of 80, which was again crushed by Zorawar. I'm running through it because of paucity of time. This will take an hour to finish otherwise. Next, please. 89, Zorawar turns to Baltistan. Now, please, important, 89 is also the time the British army is held by Ranjit Singh to go into Afghanistan, first Anglo-Sikh war. The Lahore Darbar and Gulab Singh kind of okay with that to go into Baltistan. Baltistan is seeking the help of the British. British are quiet, let these Dogras do what they're doing and let it happen, no issues. So February 1840, the bloodiest of battle take place as they go into Baltistan. Baltistan is now in Pakistan, as most of you know, north of Kargil. And they go into, in February, a lot of bloody battle take place, especially at Skadu. Skadu is now Pakistan Army's major base, and also on the Asian trade route, as I told you earlier, from Kashmir and Punjab into Xinjiang. And you can refer to Janet Rizvi's book, which details this trade route. Very important trade route. Please keep in mind, we are talking of an era when there are no phones, there are only horses to travel, there are no helicopters, no jeeps, no roads. So Baltistan is captured by June 1840. This is the first part of his foray into Ladakh. Next slide, please. Now, this is what happened after his foray. Now, you see this map on the right where Ladakh is written. This is the area captured by Zorawar. And you see our international boundary somewhere there is Chumur, and somewhere here is Dimchok, this is Henley. So you can see the area Zorawar Singh captured and how it impact it had. Again, I repeat, these maps are Government of India, 1982, copyright is held by Government of India. And the Sikh kingdom, you can see, southwest of Multan, right up to Peshawar, barring Gilgit, So what did Zorawar do? Connect Punjab to Nepal without the British area coming in between. By that time, British was south of Ludhiana, as per a pact of 1809 between Ranjit Singh and British. So south of Ludhiana is the British Empire. So Zorawar connects Nepal with Punjab and Kashmir and beyond to Peshawar in one go. This is what happened. Now we'll come to the next part of the slide, please. Next, please. Western Tibet. A question for everyone, was a capture of Lhasa possible? I would say as a researcher, yes. People have different opinions. I'll bring out why. Zorawar launched into Tibet 1841. Please understand 1841 very clearly. By 1841, Ranjit Singh had died and the Lahore Darbar had changed 4 kings or rulers. It was like shuffling a pack of cards. In these 3 years, 4 kings had come in between the Lahore Darbar. The British had made inroads into Lahore, and 1841, the British were facing a problem in Afghanistan. Also, there was a problem between Tibet and China about holding of Tibet by the Chinese people, and the Lhasa was facing a problem, giving a problem to the Chinese. So there were multiple factors at this given point of time in the spring of 1841. He started in April 41, and by the end of September, he had reached the western edge of Nepal, which I showed you in the previous slide. This also had British very edgy over this progress. Now comes the intrigue, which I say that Zorawar could have been the first man to have captured Lhasa from this side of Asia. I'm not talking of the 2,000-year-old Buddhist route which went into Lhasa. I'm talking of the modern era. Next slide, please. This is the intrigue. Lieutenant J.D. Cunningham, the same guy who wrote the history of the Sikhs after the Anglo-Sikh War, was based at Simla, was launched forward into the Himalayas. He was strangely in constant touch with Zorawar, as well as the Tibetans. It was Cunningham. I quote the Government of India's records, which say it was Cunningham who advised Zorawar through Colonel Bastiram. Colonel Bastiram was in Zorawar's army, that as winter was fast approaching, the enemy lay in wait and should not advance to Lhasa. By October 1841, the British Government of India wrote a letter to Lahore Darbar asking the forces need to withdraw from Tibet, and December 10th, 1841 was fixed as the last date. Look at the intrigue of the British, that let the Dogras do some work, we'll do it later. And 60, 70 years later, British capture it. Colonel James Younghusband goes into, Colonel Younghusband goes into Tibet and captures Lhasa using Sikh and Gorkha troops. Next slide, please. Was Lhasa possible? Was Zorawar alone heading to the British? Lahore and Jammu did the same. He had stayed back just north of modern-day Uttarakhand. Zorawar was based there. Where the battle took place in September 81, he has reached Nepal with 10,000 men. Why did he not stay back? Was it possible to move on to Lhasa? I would say yes. I will leave it to the experts later. Could he go to the Sangpo Valley, which is warmer, and hold on? Were the British part of this game plan? Possibly yes. Next slide, please. This is route. Last slide. He ends somewhere western part of Nepal. This is route. This is the route of where the Indus also flows right into India. This is also the route of the Indus. Next slide, please. I end my presentation here. This picture is of Fukche. Tribune holds the copyright for this picture. This is a Chinese OP right in front of a landing ground of Fukche. This was clicked in 2011. Thank you.
Since Dr. Banerjee has to go, if anybody has any questions, he can take them on now. No, I think it was a very lucid presentation, which was well covered with maps, properly annotated, and gave you a very good idea about how in such a difficult terrain, against not only the terrain, the climate, and the intrigue of the Britishers, that Zorawar Singh managed to achieve such a great deal. But again, coming back to the same point, that how do achievements like this get undone so quickly? Ranjit Singh died in 1839, and 1841, Cunningham manages to convince the Lahore Darbar to get him back from there. And the date is fixed. It is October, this is decided, and 10th of December, they tell him you withdraw. So where is there some kind of an endurance or a national will which is lacking in a character? I'm sorry to be talking politically incorrect, but the thing is we need to introspect on such stuff. I mean, how can it be that within the span of 2 years, Ranjit Singh has died, the Lahore Darbar is in turmoil, and they managed to get such a decision. A lieutenant of the British, of the British, by this time, I need to emphasize that the crown had not even come in. We are talking about 1841, when the East India Company is still around. The crown only comes in 1857. A commercial company manages to subvert the national will of Indians. I think that is somewhere, this topic has been very wisely chosen by the Military Lit Fest organizers. So maybe if it gets down to us to introspect on something like this, that how a brave general like Zorawar Singh was done in. And I think did you mention that he died also very soon after that?
He died, sir.
He was assassinated.
He died on 12th of December, 1841.
12th?
12th of December, 1841.
So that the withdrawal was slated for 10 December 1841.
So did somebody get him killed?
And within 2 days after that, he's dead.
Sir.
So obviously, we do not have the foresight or the facility to look into such intrigues which are taking place against us. Right.
Sir, General Saab, I will only add one word. I see a lot of senior people out here, some 3 stars also. My humble belief, I think that we should have a full section in our country just studying the intrigue of the British. If you study history, you will find the answers. There are gray areas. I was just at a seminar 3 days ago in Delhi. 1882, the Language Commission came in, what it did to the official language of the court, how it happened. The example of Cunningham. How did he manage to get Maharaja Sher Singh to write a letter that withdraws Zorawar Singh from Tibet? Who was it helped? Did the British not capture Tibet later? Yes, they did. And who were the troops in the British expedition in 1904? The Sikhs and the Gurkhas. We need to study all this history, correct ourselves. We are possibly, I humbly believe that we need a full section doing it. That's my humble belief, sir. And I would very humbly beg leave. I have to get back to Delhi. I'm very humbly. Thank you.
Nations that have endured have ultimately won wars. This is a direct manifestation of the national will and resilience of a nation. Yeah, the first slide. Never mind. If you can get it, fine. Yeah, you're right. Right, next one. Next slide. This is the definition of the national will, which says that the will represents the indelible human nature of warfare. With very few exceptions, all wars and almost all battles are decided by matters of human will. Breaking the enemy's will to fight while sustaining one's own will to fight is the key to success in battle. That is where the nation's endurance comes in. A large number of us are veterans or serving soldiers sitting here. We have this in the background that we're talking about national will. But when it actually comes to practice of war, we plan for war. We put military education, we put training, we do planning and assessments and everything else, but we never factor in the national will in this. All of us, while doing our military history exam, have gone through that famous mnemonic of Mom Says Math. Military, those of us who have all sat through the principles of military war. The first principle of military war is morale. And I don't think any one of us who would have gone through military history during a career has ever felt that when we say morale, we always talk about the morale of troops, morale of the army, morale of the air force, and morale of the soldier. Nobody ever talks of the morale of the country. And ultimately, the winning and the endurance will always come from the morale of the country. There are numerous examples in history of this great endurance that weaker nations have shown. Unfortunately, we are limited for time, so I will just rush through them. The great, Professor Sohal will, after this, take on one of the classic examples of this endurance in the Vietnam War. To name a few of these wars which are there, which we can... The Vietnam War, initially between the French, then between the Vietnamese and the US, and the Vietnamese and the Chinese, where the Vietnamese gave them a bloody nose. The American-Vietnam War lasted 20 years. The Arab-Israeli conflict, which has been going on over decades. The Russo-Japanese War of 1905. The Long March of Mao is a classic in itself, that how he took on the power of Chiang Kai-shek. The Cuban Revolution, led by Fidel Castro. The Iran-Iraq War, which lasted 8 years. The Afghanistan wars, which is the subject which I am going to cover. And of course, the currently ongoing Ukraine-Russian war. All of us military strategists and students of military history, I'm sure most of us thought that it will be over in a matter of weeks. And today, it is a year, and there is no threshold has yet been reached. And today's news is that Putin is finally willing to talk to withdraw the troops. So therefore, that is the interest that we have, that is the endurance of a country that we are talking about. Afghanistan is relevant to India because it was part of the great game that the Britishers were playing against the Russia in the 18th century. It was also in our immediate neighborhood, though it doesn't, we do not touch borders. When we look at the map of Afghanistan, you will find that it is bordered by a large number of countries. And the moment we think of Afghanistan, we can only conjure up a picture of mountains and sparse mountains. Next slide, please. Rugged country, sparse mountains, no vegetation. The land is so rugged, there is no cover, yet they have managed to fight off any number of invaders, the Britishers, the Russians, and the Americans. Everybody who has come there has never managed to beat them, except when I will come to it later, Ranjit Singh, for a short period of time, when he had managed to conquer it. The next image that we have of Afghanistan is the kind of soldiery and the kind of men that we have. Next, please. We find rugged men in turbans with craggy noses. They're all rough and tough in their own way. And you will find the sine qua non of an Afghani is a weapon slung across his shoulder. No matter how old he is or how young he is, you'll always find some kind of a weapon in close proximity. I think that is something, that belief in his weaponry, which makes that nation have that endurance to fight. It's a startling sight to see, the next please, the sight to see that even small children are testing weapons. This is from a shop in Kabul where Kalashnikovs are being sold openly there and at a very reasonable or a very cheap price, I would say, not even reasonable, but it's a very cheap price. Our impression is reinforced that it's a tough, rugged country with virile, ferocious soldiers, wedded to their weaponry. This is true to some extent. But one part of their character which does not come through this is their deceit, their immorality, and the capability of treachery that they have. I think that is something which I am not holding forth on the qualities or the immorality of it. I am just trying to bring out why that country has managed to endure. I think that is, it has seen invasions over the centuries. We had Darius, Alexander, Seleucus, but they all came and went from there because there was really nothing to be had over there. Agriculture, it came in to some extent and they tried to settle down, but it remained, even today, while they do wheat and rice, the prime cash crop is poppy, and they supply the entire world with heroin. Probably that is where they get the money from. And today, it is a prime example of rabid Islamization. The Taliban have ascended. The country got divided into various tribes, and each of these warlords carved out their own areas in which they were supreme. They sometimes cooperated with each other, sometimes they fought with each other, but that underlying thread of nationalism cemented by Islam always remained. I am deliberately making this point. I don't want to be judgmental on it, but the fact is that this is the reason for their underlying strength. Only in one period of history have the Afghanis actually fallen. And that is what, as I think General Oberoi also mentioned, during the period of Ranjit Singh, when Attock and Jamrud were conquered. But again, in a matter of 10 years, Ranjit Singh died in 1839. By 1850, the entire Sikh empire, or as the Lahore Darbar as it was called, was in a shambles. I mean, it had completely dissipated. Again, that lack of endurance. A strong administrative ruler rules for 40 years, and within 10 years of his demise, the whole thing comes crumbling down. Where is the endurance? Of course, I would not like to delve into it, but just in passing, I am no great fan of Ranjit Singh. Everybody is very, very fond of praising him and saying a great administrator, great this thing. To my way of thinking, the main reason why the Lahore Darbar, as it was called, came crumbling down was because he trusted the wrong people. The Sikhs were only put out to soldiery, and the Mohammedan brothers and the Dogras brothers, they ruled the roost. And they are the one which let the Sikh empire down. So maybe that's a topic for some other day, not over here. The British managed to get the Sikhs to fight the first Afghan war with them in 1838. Even when Ranjit Singh was alive, he sent troops along with the Britishers over there. Of course, it ended in a rout which is famous in the military history. The troops of Elphinstone, in the retreat of 1842, every single man was massacred. 16,500 British and Indian troops, including 4,600 civilians, were completely massacred. One man, Surgeon William Bryden, was the only chap to make it alive back to say that this is what has happened. Because history also has it that one more chap, ultimately, 14 months later, a Lance Corporal called Philip Edwards made it. He was following the southward sun till he reached the British Empire. One more part of this Afghan, before I move on to the other parts, is that the great brutality and treachery that the Afghans had. The Emir, his name was Achkazal, he launched a brutal attack against the Britishers because one Kashmiri slave girl, she escaped from within his tribe, And she was given shelter by one Major Burns of the Britishers. And he went to bed with her. That raised the ire of the Afghans so much that they completely absolutely decimated the British for this. So while, like I said, I'm not talking about morals here. I'm talking about the streak which gives you victory, the streak which gives you endurance. They had 2 more battles with the Afghans which were not as bloody as this. In fact, the 3rd battle of Anglo-Afghan war just lasted 2.5 months. And it was from 1919 or something, which resulted in the armistice. During this whole interlude with between the first and the second Afghan wars, there was a great saga of military history which was enacted, which was the Battle of Saragadi. On 12 September 1897, 21 soldiers for Sikh at the Battle of Saragadi fought last man, last round, each one of them winning the IDSM, which was the highest award that the Britishers gave to Indians at that point in time. So that was one lesson that probably the Afghans learned from the Sikhs. Yeah, can I see this picture of Saragadi, please? Next slide. Yeah. Here's some of the soldiers. The next is a painting depiction of, next one please. This is a picture of the Sikh soldiers, and this is a painted depiction of Saragadi. I think we should all, in fact all soldiers in the world, and particularly Indian soldiers, we need to be proud of this great moment in history. Now I come to the modern era. I've talked, this was the previous century when all this was going on. Afghanistan, during the modern era, was ruled by the communists called Amin. They were supported by the Russians. Brezhnev thought that Amin was actually going to defect and change sides. So on 24 December 1979, he ordered the invasion of Russia. It lasted 9. Amin was killed, and Karmal was brought into power from the rival Parcham. But the Russians, in spite of their great force that they applied, they could never get the better of the Afghanis on this. And gradually, over a period of 9 years, they fought, and then they unilaterally decided to withdraw. Because by then, Brezhnev had come onto the scene, and this 9 years was seen as the great bear trap that which they had landed up into it. It cost them between 5,62,000, and nobody knows the figures, 5,62,000 to 20 lakhs. It's a wide spectrum. That many lives, and millions became refugees at a cost of $115 billion. The Afghans had once again won against the second largest power on earth at that time. So after a little while, we had this September 11, 2001 attack, terrorist attack on the Twin Towers. United States, George Bush, demanded that Osama bin Laden be handed over to them. The Afghans refused. The Americans launched an attack on them. The attack lasted 20 years without getting any result. What I'm talking about, I keep coming back again to my subject about the endurance. The NATO managed to topple the Taliban regime and established an internationally recognized Islamic Emirate in 2003. However, the Taliban under Mullah Omar regrouped and continued the fight. Osama bin Laden escaped to Pakistan. The Taliban started an asymmetric war in the countryside And in the urban areas, they targeted centers and all those people who thought they were collaborating with the Americans, they were massacred. This, we clamor back home about the body bags grew. The NATO troop at this time, they decided to raise them to 140,000 troops were there in Afghanistan by 2014. But still, I am cutting it brief because we have a total of time of 1 hour, otherwise this by itself is a complete subject. And a deal was struck between the Americans and the Taliban in 2020 that they would withdraw by 2021. But as Charles de Gaulle once famously said, treaties are like young girls and roses. They last as long as they last. The Talibanis tore the treaty the day it was signed. They refused to accept it. And they started their war towards the Kabul straight from there. They did not allow even the Americans to withdraw in peace. They kept the onslaught, and on 15th August 21, they took over Kabul. And it was with great difficulty, with a lot of international pressure, that the Americans were finally able to withdraw from there. They withdrew at the large amount of equipment that they left. All of us had seen those scenes on the television, the kind of equipment that was left behind. All kind of electronics, trucks, vehicles, armored cars, name it, and it was left behind. I mean, that was the kind of desperation that they had, that they wanted to withdraw. And the President, Ghani, fled. Those of whom who could not flee were all hung up, and by this thing. The war had lasted 20 years. 6 months more than the Vietnam War. 176,000 to 212,000 people, including 46,007 civilians were killed. The international refugee problem started. The cost of the war to the Americans was a staggering $2.313 trillion. And I don't know, the American image as a superpower was crushed. I don't know how long it will take for them to come out of this. Afghanistan won. They endured and won. But it is a sad state that they have gone back into the medieval era. The atrocities on women and on children are endless. They have stopped the education of women. And this forum is not for judging on the moral aspect of the war. It is on the endurance, that how a nation, if it picks up the national will and is willing to sacrifice, can actually ultimately win against all odds. So my personal assessment is that the world will probably one day have to take on Afghanistan again. It cannot be allowed to continue to perpetuate the kind of atrocities that it is doing. How it will manifest itself in the future, I have no idea yet to say. But like Victor Hugo said, last slide please, no army in the world can stop an idea whose time has come. And someday this will happen. In the last, I will just touch upon one or two aspects of India. We have had long ruling dynasties, and I'm going to link it up to the endurance part of it, the question which I asked General Oberoi also. We have had the Cholas ruled for 79 years, almost 16 centuries. But when the invaders started, there was nobody to check them. Where did and the dynasty list is endless. 300, 400 years long dynasties, I'm not counting, most of them from the south. But when the invaders started coming in, all of us crumbled. We either collaborated with them, or we connived with them, or we were bought out by them. So the point that I am making is, but we managed to absorb them culturally, but militarily, we did not have the resilience to face up to them. In the end, I will just say that we have been independent for 75 years. There is still no national security doctrine in this country. Now, how does a country which professes to become a major power economically and militarily proceed on without a military doctrine? I leave it at that. Thank you. I call upon Dr. Sohal he will give an expose on the Vietnam War.
Honorable General D.D. Singh Sandhu, distinguished panelist General O'Brien, august audience, I start my presentation with humble submission that I am a historian by profession and conviction. For historians, war is an opportunity to understand the mind of the society, nature of the society, and the economy of the society. And I think Vietnam War is the most important war, not only the 20th century, in the entire world, because its complexity is equally important. And let us start this presentation. Please, next slide. Next slide. It's the most documented and debated war in history. And we call it, in fact, part of the total war. In fact, in the 20th century, First World War and Second World War, these were the total wars, which means that not only the war front was active, even the home front was equally entangled with the war front. I mean, the rationing, the linkages of the home was equally with the war front. So this was the total war. And in fact, not only at the regional level, even at the world level, now there are three dimensions if we broadly summarize this war. This is the longest war, in fact, 30 years war, and the most unpopular, and third, the war that America lost. Next slide. This is a map of Indochina, and on the right side, next slide. This is a map of Vietnam. The right side, you can see northern China, northern Vietnam, and then southern Vietnam. Broadly, this region is called Indochina, including Laos and Cambodia. Next slide. Now, as a historian, we all the time go back to the dimension of the war. War in history and history in war. Historicity of the war, if we take, in fact, war is as old as the Homo sapiens. Control over resources, urge to have authority over other societies, These are the important dimensions of the war in history, and in that sense, I think this war is equally important in that way. I have taken three important authorities to indicate the nature of the war. The first, Herodotus. He is a Greek historian, also called as a father of history. He is in fact witness to the most important war which Athens fought against Sparta and won, Peloponnesian War, and he wrote account on that war, and he says, this is a telling message from Herodotus. He says that in fact in peace, the sons bury their fathers. In peace, sons bury their fathers, and in war, fathers bury their sons. This is the telling dimension. And then, second authority, Karl von Clausewitz, Prussian general, military theorist, and he was also witness to the Napoleonic Wars against his nation, Prussia at that time, later on became Germany. And in his book on war, he says that war is nothing but continuation of politics by other means. When we fail in politics, then the next stage is the war. Then the third is Leo Tolstoy. Again, you can see he is popularly known as a novelist, but he studied Napoleonic Wars for 5 years. Then he wrote his classic novel, War and Peace. And he says, in the last section of his novel, he says that there are, in fact, two most powerful warriors, and these most powerful warriors are, one, patience, second, time. And in history, these are the virtues which we call willpower, determination to fight against the enemy, which we call endurance. Next slide. Well, there are multiple meanings of the Vietnam. Next slide. Multiple, takes time, I think. Next slide. It takes multiple meanings of the war. Well, let us take longest and short view of the war. It's longest in the sense that it was 30 years war, also calculated as 10,000 days of war. It starts with 1945 and then ends 1975, 30 years war. And if we take stage-wise, first part 1945 to 1955, this is the phase when French, they are escaping from Indochina. French were the rulers in Indochina. They escaped and there was a vacuum, and the Americans unwillingly entered into the space or into that area. Then 1955 to 1965, this is the phase when Vietnam was vertically divided into two parts, northern Vietnam under the communist influence, the second southern Vietnam under the American influence. That means civil war within the country. And the second and the third and the most important, the 1965 to 75. This is the time when America wholeheartedly, with all the might, America enters into this war. And mostly this phase, 1965 to 75, is taken seriously. But let us take the other dimension also, the war within the war. In the world, there is a Cold War. The entire world is divided into two blocks, communist bloc and the capitalist bloc or imperialist bloc led by Americans. This is the broad or international narrative of this war. But within, in fact, within Indochina, this is a civil war. Civil war in the sense country is vertically divided into two parts, and southern Vietnamese, they are supporting the Americans, and this is how they became unpopular. that they are fighting against the fellow Vietnamese in the north. Then it's also known as a war between imperialism and also because the Vietnamese, they were fighting against first the imperialism of French, then later on the Americans. So it's also war between imperialist camp and nationalist. We call broadly communist Vietnam, but they are in fact under the influence of peasant nationalism. So for communism, they are taking help from China and Russia, but at the same time, they are fighting with their own national identity, because at the last we will see this is how they would convey their message to the people that they are fighting a just war. They are not fighting for in the Cold War for America, for the Chinese or for the Russians. They are fighting their national war. Next slide. Well, I have taken the two parts of this dimension. First, the machine and might of the US, and the second part is of the Vietnamese. The first part, this is in fact a worrying part in the beginning of the war, that some of the generals, they started talking about the dropping of atom bomb in Vietnam, especially General Douglas MacArthur, who was the US administrator in Japan. When he was asked about the future of the war, and he immediately conveyed his message to the American president that better we should drop atom bomb in the on China on Vietnam. So it's a lobby that atom bomb is the ultimate weapon. But the American presidents, they hesitated because for them the nature of the war is entirely. Second, men and material resources. If we take America, they are having a lot of material. We all know superpower, and in that sense, their resources are almost in abundance. For instance, America had 50 to 100 times productive power as compared to Vietnam. Then at the same time, America had so much killing power in the form of bombs that they dropped 6.2 million tons of bombs on Vietnam, which was in fact 3 times more than the bombs dropped in the entire Second World War. So you can see the killing speed or killing might of the Americans, that the level of dropping of bombs in the Second World War, 3 times more on a country. And in that sense, I think Americans almost, they lost 58,000 soldiers. They had sent 5,42,000 troops in Vietnam. So in that sense, they had invested heavily both in material and at the manpower level. Then at the cost of the war, in total, if we take 1959 to 1975, America, this war cost to America about $168 billion. Now, if we convert this into the 1921 level of this rate, that would turn about almost $1.5 trillion it cost to the Americans. And America is alone fighting this war. And this is the message which American, in fact, learned. And when they entered into Gulf War, they never went alone, because they started having a coalition of allies, and they started getting resources from the foreign countries. This was the message that Vietnam War, they alone fought, and they would never enter into war alone. And in fact, they got profit out of the Gulf Wars. And now they are becoming, they are having a habit to get involved in the war and involving other countries getting resources from similarly, you can say Afghanistan, also in Ukraine and Russia. They are getting, they are almost prompting other allies to give dollars or give money to the Americans. Now, this war was also war of the public opinion in Vietnam as well as in America. And in America, the Americans lost this war in public opinion because this was the first televised war. There were huge public demonstrations. Students agitated against involvement in the war. And in fact, American presidents, they were in a fix that how to answer to the public, because in democratic elections, they always face this crisis that how come Americans got involved in the war, which was created through a vacuum of the French imperialist. And the result was that American lost heavily in the sense there was a gold pool, which we called gold standard. By 1971, American president advised that it's very difficult to go with the gold standard, better to leave gold standard, and this is how America lost. America abandoned gold standard, and this dollar was taken as a currency of legitimate business. So Americans lost in public opinion. In fact, later on we will see how president, in fact, they were having a lot of trouble within America. Now, their debate started, debate and debacle, this started. There were two blocks. One was led by the military strategists, especially generals William Westmoreland, then Douglas MacArthur. All the time they were having let us say, dependence on atom bombs, which democratic presidents they avoided. Even the Defense Secretary of Defense, Robert McNamara, he was also having this dimension that we must use ultimate weapon like Vietnam, like atom bomb. But there was a second lobby of political planners or what we call policy planners, and I have references to two important persons. One, in 1962, one economist who was advisor to President John F. Kennedy, and he was in fact economic laureate. He got Nobel Prize in economics, John Galbraith. He was also US ambassador to India. He in 1962, in the early phase of American involvement in the Vietnam War, he advised to the American president that we are going to have a bleeding like the French, better to come out of this war. We shouldn't go into the war because this would lead to the bleeding. But Kennedy was at that time convinced that they would not retreat. Second important person whom is credited to ending this war, Henry Kissinger. Finally, President Nixon, he somehow managed to get Nixon into his cabinet, one can call among his advisors, because he was, in fact, he fought, he was advisor to the rival candidate during the presidential elections. But Nixon convinced at that time Nelson Rockefeller that Kissinger is very important for me, and convince him that he should come to me and he should help me to solve this crisis. And when Kissinger went to his, and he has recorded in his memoirs, he says that when I went there, and Nixon said that whatever the conditions, you can decide and end this war. And he says that in fact, America is not suited in this kind of war. And we will ultimately lose this war because this war is very important, very different the way we are having weaponry, the way we are having training of our, and ultimately his view prevailed. And by second identity, hiding his own identity, he first landed in Pakistan. From Pakistan, he went to Beijing, met Mao Zedong, and finally he decided that America would surrender. He would pull out all the soldiers from Vietnam, and with the two conditions that America would recognize China, and at the same time, China, communist China would get veto power. And this is how Mao Zedong managed the South Vietnamese to end this war. Now let us take next slide. The Vietnamese side. Now Ho Chi Minh, very important. In fact, in 1919, when there was, after the First World War, there was a peace conference going on, we call Treaty of Versailles in France. He met at that time American President Woodrow Wilson. He says that our region, Vietnam, this Indochina broadly, our region is, just a minute, our region is in fact in the hands of the French. Now it's possible, give us national liberation. He was ignored. Then war started, and this Ho Chi Minh Trail, this is his important action against the American interference in southern China. And you can, from Google or from books, you can study it. This is in fact the strategy which US National Security Agency called it one of the most engineering military strategy in the 20th century. This exhausted the Vietnamese. This Ho Chi Minh Trail almost spread the entire Vietnamese action against the Americans everywhere in Indochina. Then that offense, it was against the Americans at one level against 100 cities. And this attack convinced Lyndon B. Johnson, American president, that we have lost the war, and he said that at that time he publicly says that I am not going to rerun for the presidency. And in fact, he was convinced that he is not there to solve this war. Last section, next, understanding the war. In fact, next section, next slide, please. This is Ho Chi Minh Trail. And you can see through Ho Chi Minh Trail via Laos and Cambodia, war is entering into the southern Vietnam, and it's everywhere. It's everywhere. Next slide. Now, this is in fact important. First principle of justice, just war. Well, Karl Clausewitz, when he was fighting against Napoleon, he says that the principle of just war is very important to convince the people. Ho Chi Minh used this strategy. He convinced the people that we are fighting just war against the imperialists. Southern Chinese, southern Vietnamese, they lost morally because they were supporting the Americans. And war between the unequals, we all understand that on the one hand, a superpower, on the other hand, a backward country. This was a war between the unequals, and in fact, even then, the Vietnamese, they won this war. This is a template of war against foreign powers, and in fact, this war against Americans in Afghanistan, it was a replay of Vietnam War at the local level, even when there was no superpower against the Americans in the world. So it was a mini replay of Vietnamese war, and Ronald Reagan at one time coined one term, Chinese syndrome, which means that fear of happening all the time the traps of the Vietnamese in other countries. So thank you very much. Next, last picture. These are the suggested readings, and thanks. Last.
Thank you, Dr. Soul. I just want to emphasize, I mean, it's getting dark outside, so I will be very, very brief. I think three things, as far as our topic today is concerned about the endurance of a country, is that three things that happened in America which led to their defeat. One was the demonstrations which had started happening against the war in the US because the populace itself thought that there was no need for the Americans to get involved in such a war. So the demonstrations by the young people. The second is the draft policy which was there, where everybody born on a particular date was picked up, the date was taken out on a lottery and you had to go to Vietnam. And third thing was that tenure was only 13 months for the soldiers over there in the US. But the US soldier only had a 13-month tenure in Vietnam. So their prime aim was not to fight. Their prime aim was to get out alive from this thing. In fact, the American, one of the books that we used to, Norman Mailer's book, I think, which said the Americans' credo was no VC, no VD. That means you don't get involved with the Viet Cong and you don't get a venereal disease when you come out from Vietnam. I think that was the sum total of it. And surprisingly, the large number of cases of fragging which took place. Fragging meant that American soldiers were actually killing their own officers by throwing grenades at them and showing it that it was loved by the enemy. So therefore, the Americans had lost the endurance to fight, and that is in spite of their great material superiority, they lost the Vietnam War. And surprisingly, that they say that those who don't learn from history are condemned to repeat it, and the Americans repeated the same thing in Afghanistan. Thank you, Dr. Soul. That was a very good and very comprehensive lecture. Any questions from anybody?
Check.
You are very nicely put across the various eras in which the winners were there, the warriors were there. But I think going by the topic, those nations have won that have endured. The shine example of endurance was the resistance by Guru Gobind Singh Ji. Leave aside the spiritual part. You take the martial part of this. The siege of Anandpur Sahib carried on for 9 months. He did not give up. The spirit which he enthused and the martial, the spirit of martiality which he enthused in eventually has resulted in the rule of Maharaja Ranjit Singh, which you have brought up. And before that, the era during Aurangzeb's time, and thereafter, the resistance which was put up by Guru Gobind Singh Ji, that has resulted in the defeat of Sarhand, governor of Sarhand, by Baba Banda Singh Bahadur. And he established his state there, which lasted for 2 years. Not only that, the Sikhs expanded their reach up to Meerut, up to Saharanpur, and the Sikh flag that was hoisted on the Red Fort. And at that time, the throne which was used by the Mughals for centuries, that was dragged from there, and it is now lying in Golden Temple in Amritsar. So this was the period which you have not mentioned, which was important, and it was at the same time when Marathas were there. The Marathas could not come to the north, but it was the Sikhs who have endured there. By their endurance, they have created history at that time. And should I say the second point also? Or
yes, sir,
would you like to say something?
No, I would like to say something on this.
Okay,
so this is a topic which is endless. There are numerous examples which I had quoted during my this thing, whether Long March of Mao, the Cuban struggle, the other wars which were there, every country has a history of it. Guru Gobind Singh, yes, his contribution is stellar, but I, for one, you also seem to be a devout Sikh, so am I. So I think on the divinity of Guru Gobind Singh, it is better that if we do not comment on it. Because if Anandpur Sahib, was it a siege which was successfully endured? I mean, I was asking you, did it end in successful endurance?
Why I brought up this point is that first of all, this period is very important.
Period is important.
And the
but we are talking about the success of endurance. Right? That siege ended in failure. That siege ended in failure. There is I'm not aspersions on the divinity of the Guru. But the fact, historically, militarily speaking, that siege was not a success.
You may call it a failure, I won't agree with that. Reason is the spirit which was enthused. The spirit which was, let us go by that. The spirit which was enthused.
So when we have your next point.
That has changed the course of the history in India.
It did.
My second point is, along with the General Zorawar Singh, the compatriot was Hari Singh Nalua. His name has not been mentioned here. He was one of the generals of Maharaja Ranjit Singh. No,
it was mentioned by General Oberoi.
No, very briefly. But he is the one who has reached up to Chamkaur. He has defeated the Afghans, which you have brought out, sir, that the Americans and also the Russians, they could not handle them, but it was Maharaja Ranjit Singh, Hari Singh Nalua, who has handled them, he has defeated them, and he has withstood there for many years there, till he died. Second.
I totally agree with you. In fact, in all the generals' assessment, the best generals of assessment over history, Hari Singh Nalua has topped the list, even above Napoleon Bonaparte and Alexander. So I think that point is well considered, and his commitment was such that even when he had died in Jamrud, but he did not let that secret out so that his forces could continue fighting with the same morale. And his dead body was brought through ultimately, no doubt about it, he was a great general. But, sir, the thing is that this is a vast topic. Every possible thing cannot be included in it.
Okay, sir, last and very little one question. Okay, it was a question for General Dillo, sir. Okay, you talked about Afghanistan and their endurance. Okay, sir. And that time question raised to my mind, but when Professor Sohal gave his presentation, so I was a bit satisfied. Okay, glorification of Vietnamese is better than Afghanis. The endurance of Afghanis, I just can't listen, but history, but up to what extent I know. The role of Afghanis are the things, the events of Afghans. We just can't, the child taking Kalashnikov in his hand and all that. You may be right at your point, I may be weak in history, but when Vietnam and Afghan, we will compare with both. At the same stage, both topics have been discussed. Vietnam has edge over that, and Afghan, I rule it out. Thank you. Your take on that, if you can justify. But I was just
Thank you very much. Please. But twice, I think, during my talk, I had said that I am not sitting on judgment on the moral aspects of the Afghanistan's or their treachery. I mentioned their treachery, their immorality a number of times. The fact is that this talk was centered around endurance, and the Afghans, it is without doubt to say that they have endured through the centuries. They have endured the Russians, they have endured the Americans, and they have emerged successful. Whether they are, and I also said, if you recall, that ultimately the world will have to again intervene in Afghanistan because the kind of thing which is there.
Yes.
So we are not talking about their morality at all.
79 to 89, sir, you more than me, you know, 79 to 89 Americans, and then the creation of Taliban and all that, what happened? It is all there. Anyhow, thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Sir, I listened very attentively to your lectures. It is a very fascinating sort of a debate that those countries or those nations who endure, they win. But I think in history we have so many examples. There can be counter examples also to this. There are many examples like the kingdom of Khwaziram. They endured a lot, but they just get obliterated after the Mongols. They attacked them. Similarly, we had the Poles. They had lost so many times. They have endured so much, but they have never won in history. Similarly, we can call to Kurds. Kurds, we can call them a nation. They have endured so much, but they have never won. Also, we can see that some countries, let's say the two superpowers in the last 400 years, that is the British Empire, they never endured much. They basically made the others fight for them, whether it was fighting against the French on the continent or fighting the two world wars, where they made the other colonies fight for them. And ultimately, they were the winners. Same thing happened with USA also. Sir very rightly pointed that ultimately in Vietnam, they could not endure, they lost. But overall, if we see, in World War I, they sat back, economically they became the most powerful. They did not endure much. Similarly, World War II, and afterwards also, they are still winning. So counterintuitively, we can also say that ultimately, the countries which are winning, they are not enduring much. They are making others people endure. Thank you, sir.
I think the Americans are singularly well placed by geography. The way they are located, they have never faced a war in their own country. So probably they have no idea what war means. I agree with you that, so that is also part of a nation's psyche, that they are able to manipulate other countries to go and fight for them. I think that is part of their strategy. So one needs to appreciate the guiles of a country like that. I agree with you that yes, some people, they use the others to endure and they ultimately win.
Ladies and gentlemen, with a deep sense of gratitude, we thank all the eminent panelists who have educated all of us. Sorry for being a bit behind the schedule. We now come to the finale of the evening, and that is a book talk. The topic is Amazing Ayodhya, the splendid ancient city of Lord Rama. This book has been authored by Neena Rai. The lady is an author, an artist, and she's based out of New Delhi. Today, she will talk to us about Amazing Ayodhya, based on the research done by her on the Valmiki Ramayana. She makes ancient information understandable and relatable for today's generation. Over to Neena Rai.
everybody, and thank you very much. I'm privileged here. I'm privileged to be here at the literary festival, Military Literary Festival, and I would like to express my gratitude to the director and the management to give me an opportunity to speak here. Today I'm here to share with you the military aspects of Ayodhya. Now, in the Valmiki Ramayana, there's a very interesting shlok which goes this way. Sa yojane cha dve bhuyaha satya nama prakashate yasyam dashratho raja vasan jagat apalayat. This shlok, this shlok translates to, while residing in that city from where King Dashrath ruled the world, that city is further fortified up to 2 more yojans. True to its name, Ayodhya, an unassailable one. Many people do not pay attention to the meaning of the word Ayodhya. Now, Ayodhya means, Ayodhya is a sandhi between A and Yudhya, which means that which cannot be fought, that which cannot be assailed, that which cannot be conquered. Now the question is, why is it that Ayodhya cannot be fought, cannot be conquered? And contrary to what everybody will tell you, that it is supposed to be a spiritual city, it is not a spiritual city, it is a military city. And the military aspects of it are encompassed in the design of Ayodhya itself. So in this makes Ayodhya unassailable. There are many, many more points, but for the purposes of this talk, I'm going to stick to only 10 points. The quality that gave, one of the qualities, or in fact the first quality that I'm going to discuss, is that it was designed by Kshatriyas. And by Kshatriyas, I mean military people of ancient India, even today. For that matter, everybody knows Kshatriya is the other military people. So it was designed as a military city, and Ayodhya was a prototype. So what do I mean by a prototype? A prototype is something that is one of the first, and then many other cities copied the design. Why was it a prototype? It was a prototype because Manu established it. And who is Manu? Manu is the first ruler of mankind. He is the progenitor of the human species. So after Pralay, everybody knows, do all the children know there's something called a Pralay here? Anybody has studied? No? Okay, so in every Manvantar, after every Manvantar, there is a Pralay. And after the Pralay, the person who regenerates the human species, and by human species we mean the Homo sapiens, the person who regenerates it is called Manu. The word man is derived from the word Manu. So man, humankind, comes from Manu, right? He's the first one who establishes this city and designs it. And therefore, it becomes the prototype for many cities to come. So one of the main things that is described about Ayodhya is that it is a nagar. And that nagar is nagar is a district in English. And a district holds both cities as well as village areas or agricultural areas. For example, Chandigarh is here. Now Chandigarh itself, we are in Chandigarh, means Chandi and Garh, right? Garh means a stronghold, a Garh, a Kila, or a Durg. It all means a stronghold or a fortification. So Ayodhya had a stronghold or a fortification within which the whole city and the village areas were. This stronghold or fortification had a moat around it. Now, why is a moat important? A moat is very important because in earlier times, the armies used to be Chaturangi Sena. So what is a Chaturangi Sena? A Chaturangi means which has 4 limbs. From the word Chaturangi comes the word chess. So Shatranj is actually a Vikrit form or a distorted form of Chaturang. From Chaturang we get Shatranj, from Shatranj we get chess. So the 4 limbs of the army, out of which 3 limbs are animal-driven limbs of the army. So one is the infantry, which people can, on which people are on foot. Then you have cavalry, horses. You have chariots, again led by horses. And then you have the elephant section. So when you have a moat, then these limbs, or the 3 animal-driven limbs of the army, cannot cross the moat. One of the main concepts of army, or an invading army, or to have a defense fortification, is to split the invading army. So therefore, moats are constructed. Even today, in the army, we have the concept of ditch cum bandh, which the army establishes to split an incoming army, to be able to win a war, right? So this is what they did in the past as well. Now the palace, now the durg, or the palace was totally built up. Also inside the city was totally built up. When you want to fight a war with a particular city or a particular capital, you need space to fight a war. Even if you have infantry, but there is no space. There is no space inside the city because it is totally built up. So Ayodhya is totally built up. There is no place, even if infantry goes, it cannot fight a war within Ayodhya. And outside you have a moat. Beyond the moat, there is a jungle. Now, the jungle is 2 yojans wide. Now, yojan is approximately 8 to 9 miles. 1 yojan is equal to 8 to 9 miles. So you can imagine around 16 to 18 miles wide, there is a dense jungle. When you have a dense jungle surrounding a capital, it's very difficult for armies to come directly. And then on the ramparts, so the fort of Ayodhya used to have very, very high walls and ramparts. And on those ramparts, there was a very mysterious weapon called the Shatagni. Now, the word Shatagni, if we split it in Sanskrit, it means Shat and Agni. The word Agni comes from the word Hant, which means to kill. So everybody must have heard the name Shatrughna. Similarly, you have the word Shatagni. Shatrughna means somebody who is a killer of enemies or whose enemies have died as he is born, or all whose enemies are dead. Now, Shatagni means, Shat means 100, that means a killer of hundreds or 100 killer. Now, this is a kind of a missile in which the bombing part, or this missile shoots far enough, and the portion that it shoots out, it detonates and splinters, killing people at a distance. Now, this was the defense fortification of Ayodhya. With these fortifications, it was very difficult for an invading army to completely come and conquer. And these are the reasons with which we know that the design of Ayodhya was unassailable. So this is the defense incorporated in the design of Ayodhya itself. Now, apart from the Shatagni, apart from these reasons that I have given you, there were 3 more reasons why Ayodhya was unassailable. One of those reasons, and these are now the human factors. So in the human factors, one of the most important factors is the factor of political leaders or ministers. It clearly says that Ayodhya's ministers were not liars. They were not speakers of untruth. So what was special about them? How is it that they were always telling the truth? It is because they were not swayed. They were not swayed by anger, greed, and jealousy. Now, whenever you have anger, greed, and jealousy, or for that matter, even hatred, you are very likely to lie. So these ministers did not experience this, and therefore they were always telling the truth. When you have ministers who are always telling the truth, then it is very easy to trust them, rather than having corrupt ministers who will mislead your armies or mislead your population. Then another factor, then the second last factor are the spies of Ayodhya. It is said that Raja Dashrath and even the previous kings of Ayodhya had a great network of spies. Spies are something that India till date doesn't give too much importance to. But in ancient times, a king was called Durdarshi. The word Durdarshi means someone who can see further, someone who can see in the future. Now what Durdarshi means is that a man or a king has many spies. So what was special about these spies? Because of these network of spies, the ministers and the kings of Ayodhya knew what is going on in the world, where is it going on, what has already occurred, and what is going to happen. Now, when you know these few factors in any country, you will develop power over these countries. You will know how to pull the strings. You will know everything that is going on. So therefore, spies of Ayodhya became another factor why Ayodhya was not vulnerable. And the last point I want to take your attention to are the soldiers of Ayodhya. So for those of you who want to be soldiers and army men, this is something you might want to pay attention to and remember. The soldiers of Ayodhya were exceptionally trained and aggressive. No one could get away with slights or insults to the soldiers of Ayodhya. If they were slighted or insulted, they would face wrath from the soldiers. It is said that they were the best and the highly trained, and they were highly trained. In fact, they were Karn Bhedi. What do you mean by Karn Bhedi? So in earlier times, there was archery, right? So they used to have their tir kaman with them. So Karn Bhedi means that I hear a sound, and with that sound, I can shoot without looking. Or if I have even, my eyes covered, I can shoot just by the basis of sound. This is the amount of technical training they had, excellent technical training. And it is said that the soldiers of Ayodhya were like lions, and they guarded Ayodhya like it is a cave guarded by mighty and powerful lions. And these are the short and sweet, simple reasons why Ayodhya was an unassailable city. And I hope that you understood that Ayodhya in the past, as Valmiki says it, was a military city more than a spiritual city than what it is propagated to be. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Namaste. Jai Shri Ram. Thank you.